Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 80. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, we concluded Unit 1 yesterday, and as per the usual, we're gonna try to do our total recall in Japanese this time. We're gonna change up the color. Let's change up the color again. About purple. Do purple. Or pink, purplish. How do I... Yes, that's how I do that. Alright, so let's review. Okay. I don't know about this one, but peanuts. I'm pretty sure there is a hole there. That sounds right. Peanuts. Of course, gotta tie it up to Chiba, even though I did not find a connection between Chiba and Peanutsu. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Ginza. Kabuki. Because of Ginza. I have so many random ones, but we'll do the random ones, whatever comes to my mind, and then we'll sort out the associated stuff. So okay. Suizokukan, right? Suizokukan. Oh. Pudeipu. Excuse me. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another food item. Okay. Oh, we have tochu, tochude, tochude on the way, right? Oh, wait, I think this one is not a... Yeah, doyate. Yeah, doyate. 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 Whoops. My pitch accent was a little bit weird there. Doyate. Could be a day. I'm gonna... Doyate. Doyate. I want to say it looks... this. So and then we have the... That's the wrong direction near the end, but... We have to... Oops. I missed one. No one... So we have the mashita, right? Mashita. Introduction. Ugh. Why do I angle it so much? Stop. We have kiru, but the cut kiru as opposed the wear kiru. Neither of the kanji are introduced yet, so we have kiru, the cut now. So we have both kiru, wear, and kiru, cut, without the kanji differentiation. Because, yes, I might as well write this here. So probably gonna raise some eyebrows, but you know, have to be clear about that. Oh, and this is the wrong thing. I wrote the wrong kana there. My bad. That certainly is gonna raise some eyebrows. Okay. That is so wide. It's fine. So wataru, wataru, no, wataru. Right, we have kiru, wataru, and man, hold up. I need to make this line longer. Still not accurate. It's fine. Haruku? Yes, Aruku. Aruku, right? I think those are the only three that we had this time around. I feel like there's one in the first half with Ginza, Chiba, and stuff, but I don't remember what it is. There might not be, actually. So we'll keep with those three. Those three are the ones that I remember most clearly. Michi. It's interesting, in my head, I'm thinking if I thought street, then I would say machi by accident. But if I just think about pronouncing street and say michi, I would write michi right away. I still don't know why I think machi. When I think of street, I think machi. Yeah, lots of other things still, right? Oh yeah. Oops. Osara. Oh. Oh. Is it really only? No. Talking about katakana here, right? Only this? Naifu. Yeah, naifu. No. Foku. Yes. And we have kapu. Oh, wait, no. Actually, no, not kapu. Oh! Wait. Oops. No! Wait. Hold. Okay. It's fine. I hit the wrong button. It's not that. It's actually a tsu. Please. There we go. Kapu. What clears that? Oh, okay. Some more exotic words. Yeah, they're not that exotic. Omocha. And then because of omocha, we have there's a hold somewhere. No, maybe not. Dohon. Dohon. There might be a hold there. No, I don't think so. Dohon. Dohon. Yeah, that seems okay. There might be a hold somewhere. Oh, wait. No, I think it's... Yeah. Dohon. Or it might be... No? We'll stick with that. Oh, I closed that up. Whoops. The strokes are too close. Denkia. You can get headphone. Denkia de headphone, right? Oh, kaimasu. Some other stuff. There's definitely more than this. Right, our Oh, wait. Just kidding. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, I hit the wrong buttons. Okay. Okay. I'm on the edge of my tablet, which is very uncomfortable. It's too small. All right. Senshu. And ashita. Obviously, let's add. We have as well. Ooh, getting to the bottom of the tablet surface now. Kind of at an angle. Let's see. Right? Yeah. And N, right? We have some space over here. What else can we throw in just for recall purposes? There are other phrases like daishu or I also have ugh. Right. Sengetsu. Let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 15, 16, 17, 20, 23, 25, 23, 25, 26. That's under. We need 4 more. 4 or so more. Oh. No. No. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, wait. Oh. That's not right. Ah. Kyonen. Kyonen. Two more. I got two more. This is kind of cheating. We'll add three more. Wait, is that really it? I? Okay. And then... might as well add this too. Yeah, Thailand and Taigo. Oh, actually, Go is probably using Go. Once again, like that. I swear there's another phrase somewhere that combines. It's a two-part phrase that has hiragana and katakana. Starts with a katakana. What am I thinking of? We got the frequencies, right? Like the last stuff. Yeah. Store. Plate settings. Toys. Oh. Yeah. Something that we forgot last time. Itoko. I suppose we did the karamade thing. Watashi no that kind of looks like name de ruko to. Don't know what that is. Maska? No idea that one. Watashi wa anata to I am you Nihongo de ana. You want to speak to Japanese with me? I don't actually know what that is. The ga yo yomemashita. So you want to read Japanese? I'm not actually sure about the first question, actually. And the second statement kind of sounds like you want to speak Japanese with me? Or may I, like, I want to? Yeah. Or not want to, but I speak Japanese with you. I'm going to speak Japanese with you. Watashi wa anata to, yeah. Watashi wa anata to nihongo de hanashite masu. Yeah. It's like, may I speak Japanese with you? It translates to, can you read what I'm saying? I'm speaking to you in Japanese. Oh, okay. Well, more or less, I suppose. I could get. I didn't know if it was a question or you're asking for a potential form. I see. I don't know. Translate. Oh, is that hon? That's probably honde. Honderu. Oh no, sorry. I'm reading your translate thing. Can you read what I'm saying? Sorry. Read. Which one's read? Oh, that's yo. Yeah, yome. Yeah, I gathered that's the kanji for read. You're using a form that I don't know, which is watashi no. I know how to read that stuff, but that doesn't mean. And I think you're using a lot of extra things. Like, I don't think you need to say watashi wa anata to, but watashi wa no. So ite, oh, is that like saying? Ite came from Yoroshika's song Ite, so I guess, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, so you use a conjugation that I'm not familiar with. You say yomemas. I'm not sure it's yomemas. The only one that I'm familiar with is yomimas. But may and me might be two forms of reading. I don't know about that either. Iru is a new use, so ite iru, that's a new use for me. That's probably saying in a different form, so I can't really understand that either. But I got the gist of it, I suppose. Let's see. It's not unnatural for you to. It's unnatural for me to read that statement, though. So I naturally inclined that you were asking if you wanted to speak Japanese with me. It's unnatural to state that to an English speaker. So I figured you were requesting something, since I don't know the conjugation of the things you used. Let's see. Where was I? I need one more word. Let's throw in one more word. Cross the street. Let's see. Zoo. No days, right? No days. There's definitely another katakana word somewhere. Locations? No locations. Tickets? Transit. No, I think this is good enough. We're good. We're good on total recall. I'm no longer focused on this. So, that's a pretty decent summary of Unit 1, Section 3, Unit 1. Okay. So, yeah, no need to use Romaji because I know how to read the Japanese. I'll tell you if I don't know the kanji though. The Romaji does not help. It does not. It says the exact same thing you wrote in Kana. Okay. All right. So let's start the new unit. Okay. What do we learn? Oh, right. We don't get to use the Thai form yet. It's during express what you want to do at a concert. All right. Maybe we can stretch for it. Okay. Mae. Interesting. Oh, mae. It's probably the same as front. It was introduced section 2. Yeah, section 2, unit 18.
Mae.
Probably. Tatsu. Tatsu. Nanatsu. Kyo. Yes, we're getting Kyo as well. And Mika. And then Mae. After you master Japanese, well, you plan on making dialects of mastering dialects of Japanese like Kyushu, Kansai, etc. I don't think I will ever master Japanese. If I get to N3, if I get to conversational level, I will be playing a lot of games that have Kyushu, Kansai accents in them. So you'll probably hear me make commentaries on what I hear from Kyushu and Kansai. But I think largely I'm going to be sticking with the Kanto dialect. I might pick up like a few sayings here, dialectic choices between Kyushu and Kansai, because of video games. I do already play a video game series that have Kansai dialect in it. I don't think they ever went as far as Kyushu. I'm not sure if the Okinawan... I'm not sure if people from Okinawa has a different dialectic choice. But I like to hope I learn enough Japanese that I can pick up that they're using specific words that are interesting. Like dialectic choices versus accent changes. I think most of my ear training will probably pick up something from like Osaka, people in Osaka, which is the Kansai region, and Kanto largely. I can already kind of distinguish between Kansai and Kanto Japanese already spoken. However, I don't know if I'm ever going to use them. It's kind of like English. I know what Southern drawl sounds like, but I won't be able to reproduce it. Like I can't output Southern drawl. Alright, do you have interest in dialectic choices in Japanese. I think it's outside the scope. I will probably maintain a Kanto-like dialect or attempt to mirror a Kanto dialect pitch accent patterns, and then I will move on to Mandarin. And my Mandarin is probably going to be standardized to whatever materials I have, and it will probably have somewhat of a Fujonese accent to my Mandarin. And for Spanish, it will probably, after that, Spanish, my conversational Spanish is incredibly Americanized. It already sounds like Hispanic Americanized Spanish, because of who taught me Spanish when I was younger in college and high school. Mae looks like we have 2 familiar particles. That top one isn't very familiar right now.
Kyo.
Kyo, okay. Finally got Kyo. For the longest time, so many people used Kyo, and here it is. It's about time. The top particle is familiar. And then, of course, the right. Eat.
Kyo.
What else we have? We have Senshu, Kyoto, and... Is it really... Gohyaku? Gohyaku? Yeah, Gohyaku. Yes.
Kyo.
I don't think it is even possible to master Japanese and Chinese, since although they both use Hanzi, the way they both use it is very different. Like, they're just so much vocabulary. That's fine. I didn't say, like, that seems reasonable. It's interesting that you don't think you can even master Japanese and Chinese, but you asked me if after I master Japanese, because I'm more likely to agree with your statement that you've made now, yet I don't ever expect, much like you, I don't ever expect to master anything. Actually, there are very few skills in this world as a human being you can master. I'm not a person who uses the word master too much. Dialects of Japanese are very different to Chinese. Agree to yes and no. If you're talking about the aspects of dialect, as in like dialectic choices and schism, like differentiation from the parental language, then certainly they are different. I speak a dialect of Mandarin, right? So when you're beginning to generalize between Japanese and Chinese, I live one of the dialects of Chinese. And also, in case you're gonna go further and say American English is different from Japanese dialects and Chinese dialects, that's a yes and a no as well. You just haven't heard dialects of American English. They're almost unintelligible. The very specific dialects of English. We are talking about American accents. So Japanese do have accents too, but their dialects also have dialectic choices. They're not far enough to be the same as Chinese, where it becomes unintelligible. However, there are cases where Japanese dialects also have dialectic choices that make it almost unintelligible to each other. It's not unintelligible enough to be the same as Chinese. Like Fujonese and standardized Mandarin are very, very difficult to be understood by each other. But yes, I do agree that they are different, as in they differ in how much they separate. I do. 我係阿伯講胡椒話，我係媽咪嘅爸爸講胡椒話， 리사이 후지와 공와 나메와이 좋은 건가 후지와 와이사이 인궁. So yes and no. Dialectic choices, like accents, are at the left end. So you have accents, right? And then you have graduation to a dialect. And oftentimes it's like in between, where like it's still maybe intelligible to some degree. Intelligible. And then there's like non-intelligible, right? Unintelligible. So there's degrees. And I think in Japanese, they're close. They're closer to intelligible. But in Chinese, they're getting farther and farther, right? It's becoming unintelligible. And then in English, it's still on the intelligible side. But there are very rare cases where you have like less than 1,000 people. A group of English dialect, like American English dialect, that when you hear them, I have no idea what they're saying. Like, they're kind of using the same words. But I have no idea what they're saying. And I'm a native English speaker, so I don't know. I really actually have no idea what they're saying. So they're using words like in... The words themselves mean something completely different now. You can still say the words though, so you still can say them like accent oriented, but you have no idea what they mean anymore. Yeah, that's kind of the varying. So yes and no, I guess. Yeah. And I am illiterate in Mandarin, so I can't read at all. My Fujonese is the product of immersion, not the product of study or like formal study, education wise and stuff. Hence why when everyone comes around, you have those people that come around and say, oh yeah, immersion is the only way. Immersion will do everything for you. You will intuit immersion and develop the output necessary to be fluent in the language. Well, I'm still illiterate and I still can't write and stuff, because my Fujonese is a product of immersion. So it's both. The answer oftentimes, in my opinion, it's both. You kind of need to go back and forth to do that. If you don't practice certain things, you don't get them. It would be nice if it was that easy or that straightforward. It's kind of like people using Duolingo, and then they said they spent 20 to 30 days using Duolingo and they learn absolutely nothing, right? Or they quit and then they say Duolingo is useless because it didn't work for them, right? The answer is both. You need to actually input your own thing while they're providing input. So immersion without active education still ends up being someone like me who preserve execution of switching between going hujiwa, going no, ging like mommy go baba going wajo. All hujiwa doesn't really help with knowing how to sia j go, sia bai jo and toi j. It doesn't really help with that. Like, it doesn't improve in writing or reading when you're completely immersed, right? The immersion itself is graded variably. Like, if you're immersed in writing and reading and output and whatnot, then that could be qualified as total immersion, right? Not all levels of immersion are created equal. So right now I learn most of my stuff through audio, through oral exchange with my parents, and reproducing the sounds and outputs pretty effortless, and I can transition between them pretty well. It's kind of the same approach I'm doing for Japanese with the extra schooling, like with the extra like reading and writing and stuff. So I'm kind of combining what I learned from Spanish in college and high school, how I was learning Spanish in college, and then combining it with my approach to how I learned how to pick up Fujonese without any education, right? So it's there listening to my parents nonstop, talking between them. They talk a lot. They can just translate every word you see in English to Fujonese, like let's say Tesla. No, I can't translate Tesla because there aren't any equivalents. So if you wanted to tell my parents Tesla, you would say Tesla. It's kind of like saying, "Nie busy ma." Well, busy is a borrowed word. So it's kind of like Japanese, where Fujonese is not a formally taught, educated dialect. So oftentimes the situation presents themselves where they use borrowed terminology. So it'd be like, how my parents would say Tesla. I would say, Tessa. Yeah, probably something like that. I would use what like Japanese katakana would use, where like instead of saying school in English, I say school, something like that, something like a little bit closer to what my parents would be comfortably say. So they adopt a lot of words because Fujonese is not expanding per se based on without English influence, much like Japanese would say things like ice cream, right? Apu, woku. My parents would say, oh, well, there is a word for fork. They use cha-cha, but I don't know if cha-cha really means fork. Puang, like puang, spoon, right? Well, what's adopted? Busy is a good one. Busy is an adopted word for sure. I'm trying to think of specific English words that got adopted because there aren't any equivalent. It's a lot of proper nouns. They say Honda. You can't really refer to anything other than Honda. Is there a non-proper noun borrow word in Fujonese? Busy is the best example I have, but danchu instead of boong. I would like to learn dialects of Chinese, but sadly there are just no resources. There isn't. I talked about this a couple of times. As I'm learning Duolingo in Japanese, I'm trying my best to give me inspirations to get ask my parents how to say things in Fujonese, because these words don't come up in conversation too often. And it's both it's a bittersweet thing. I told people, like, if you met a Fujonese person like me, if you met a Fujonese person, I'm likely Asian American, as in I'm American born, because outside of China, it's very difficult to find material from China posted online. They have their own like websites, their own social media and things. So you have to go into those channels in order to navigate that, in order to even possibly find something on a dialect. So you encountering me as an Asian American who happens to like streaming, learning languages, and also have retained their dialect from their family is incredibly rare. It's like 0.0001%. So even with that, expecting to find formal resources for those dialects is even less. It's like 0.000. It's like 1% of the percentage of bumping into someone like me. So in a way, that's how lonely it can be, and it's kind of unfortunate. So there are 2 or 3 people online that have talked about Fujonese, and I've watched all the videos that YouTube has to offer. It's kind of crazy how I could say that when you think about YouTube, right? How big the internet is, yet you can consume any semblance of Fujonese as a dialect. So I can't even imagine what the other ones. You can find, there are some for like Shanghainese, right? Wenzhou, is it Wenzhou? Wenzi? There are 2 or 3 other places that you have 2 or 3 people that have done it. It's so true. I see so many Chinese people in the comments say that their language is dying, yet the fact is there's no resources. Yes, it's not, the language, it's fading a bit in China, but there are enough people in China to constitute a dialect. At least what is coming out is saying that Fujonese as a dialect is slowly reducing, but it's not like no one exists that speak it. But yeah, and we have to be a little bit respectful in the sense that in China, when they try to push something, right, like a nationalized language like Mandarin, their government operates entirely different. So in the Chinese government is far more enforcing when it comes to trying to get unity, because Chinese government tends to be very uniform. They're a collective. They have a collectivist philosophy. So it wouldn't be shocking that a lot of the dialects are kept from growing more and more because of the way the Chinese philosophy is, right? In the United States, at least, me being American, it would be more likely to be celebrated. It's often a thing. I mean, there is like 50-50 dissonance between the identities and stuff, but generally in the United States, the culture is one of embracing the diversity. So it's kind of hard to know what the status of the dialectic groups are in China, being someone that's outside of China. At least for myself, it's very difficult to know what the status is of the dialect. Know that I am definitely able to resonate with people who feel alone in this. It's tough, and without a doubt, at least in my life, my immediate family, the dialectic roots are probably going to end with me. It's very difficult to preserve a dialect when there's not enough people to support it, like to specialize into it. Like no one's teaching Fujonese. Here there are enough Fujonese people who speak Fujonese, as in if you go to New York City, that's where most Fujonese people immigrated into. So Chinatown around New York City, or all the different Chinatowns around New York City, is probably your best bet. Fujonese is everywhere there. However, all those people are business owners, or they run other things in order to stay alive, right? Unfortunately, their professions do not allow the privilege of being educators, and education can only be sustainable if there's interest. I tend to speak Fujonese every once in a while because I love the idea of learning Japanese while learning other things. When you're learning more than one thing together, it helps remember things. So things like yotsu, right? Yotsu. CE. I think say seiki, maybe seiki. So seiki as in like thing, or I'm actually saying for like a different counter, but for insert random counter. So 8 ne san sei say seiki no is like mono. I'm basically saying like yotsu mono, just like for stuff or ways to express, because I don't know what I'm counting. yet. I need to know what I'm counting. Much like Japanese, I need to know what type of thing I'm counting in order to think about the counter I'm going to use. And like mae is sing now. Got sing now. As in front of you. It's in front of you. Got sing now. Sing now is the front. And then kyo ginan. Ginan is 12. Kyo. And then what was this?
日曜日
I haven't seen it written like that in so long. Okay, except when we're matching kana. So nichiyoubi is newai. Newai. Sunday. Newai. So we have what? Nichiyoubi, Nichiyoubi, Getsuyoubi, Kaiyoubi, Suiyoubi, Mokuyoubi, Kinyoubi, and Doyoubi. Newai, by 8, by song, by say, by ngo, by night. So you just count up from, you go from Newai, which is Sunday, special, and then it goes from day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. And that's it. That's how you say the days of the week in Fujianese, right? I actually don't know how to say them in Mandarin, so actually that's a curious thing. I want to learn Mandarin next because I have a lot of fun things to say, but I don't even know how. They probably use the same thing. Let me see. Monday in Mandarin.
周一
Joey, Joey, Joni, maybe Joni, Josan, Jo Se, maybe. Let's see. Do they count up? Joe
二
Okay, Joe Joe San. Probably same thing, right?
周三
Yeah, Joe Sun and Joe Se is probably Thursday. Yeah,
周四
Joe Se. Same deal. Same it runs parallel with Fujianese, right? Only it doesn't sound it might boy and Joe are very different. Like yeah, you know, boy say versus Joe Se. Boy say versus Joe Se is very a little too far away. A little too far away.
4つ今日
And
前今日
that's probably what I'm gonna do. Honestly, sometimes I feel like everybody will only speak English at some point. I feel the world is big enough that everybody will speak English, but also something else. I honestly feel in the end of the day, I hope our future has a place for many languages, but also a bridging language. So that's kind of, I believe in the human race that they don't stay complacent on one system. So they will naturally still be encouraged to, like, if it was English heavy, English will splinter, right? Like, I think humans tend, with isolation or geography or commonality and like resonance, they tend to form microcosms in a larger system in order to continue to innovate. So while the English of tomorrow that a lot of people will speak, they will continue to evolve into something else. And that may also preserve a lot of the other languages. Well, think about what is happening in China. All the youth grow up, their dialects, gave up their dialects or Mandarin. I don't know enough in China. I don't live in China, so I don't know if that's true. I actually think it's not. But I actually think they give up their dialect, but that doesn't mean Mandarin is going anywhere. So what I mean by that is Mandarin itself will continue to grow alongside English likely, and Mandarin itself will give rise to even more Mandarin dialects when older dialects disappear. for example. So there will constantly be ebb and flow of dialects. Like, for example, if English, you have British English and American English, right? They didn't come together. English and British English isn't coalescing, they're diverging. So oftentimes when you have lots of commonalities, speciation, like divergence happens in humans. Humans often disagree and agree on ways of innovating. So when things start to pull together and become too homogenous, it's natural for humans to, in my opinion, the human condition to be divergent once things collectively become similar, much like how pop culture ebb and flows. Ultimately, if you're thinking about it from a hyper objective point of view, like what is the most efficient, what is the most practical, that type of pragmatism ends up getting pushed back over time. So there's a constant shift in pop culture. There's a constant cycle in pop culture. And I think that type of human condition still applies to language and hyper objectivity. Like reinventing the wheel, if you will, happens naturally in human condition. So I don't necessarily think humans are equipped to stay complacent to hyperobjectivity. If we were to succumb to hyperobjectivity, then there's no creativity left. And I don't think that's a natural human response to become less and less creative. And creativity will create noise, in my opinion, naturally. So while dialects might come and go, I don't necessarily think a universal language is in the future, in the cards of humanity. Humanity likes to be divergent after things become the same or aggressively the same. At least that's my opinion, which is poetic because expressing my opinion is a natural example of humans being divergent from objectivity. Having opinions is a very human thing to do. So while I have, until humans all become hyper objective, I think the richness of humanity is its subjectivity. And I like to think that language is a projection, a wonderful projection of what makes humans humans and not computers and hyper-objective beings who focuses on pragmatism only. Like, to love is a very human thing. And much like love, language has an element of compassion and have elements of subjective expression. And with that, language cannot truly capture all of that. So they will continue to change over time to try to capture it, right? At least that's my thought. Okay.
おしゃれなモニター。
おしゃれな, monitor. Okay. A nicer? Interesting. Nicer. I don't know what a stylish monitor would be like. Oh, it looks like we're gonna get the word for keyboard. Nicer. How to you can, there's something to express degree of niceness. Interesting.
もっといいパソコン。
Oh, moto, right, adding moto, of course. Of course, right, adding moto. Moto i, what is this? Pasokon. Nicer computer. Okay. I see. Moto what? Oki. Yeah.
大きい。
A bigger television. We bought a bigger television. Moto oki terebi o kaimashita.
ATM は電気屋の前です。
I have a question, Gabriel. What are your motivations? Like, what is making you so passionate about, especially dialects of Japanese and Chinese, as opposed to like other things? I'm curious. Like, what is your background like? What are your relationships with Chinese and Japanese? I'm second generation, so I am in ABC. I'm in American-born Chinese. So I am the closest thing that is American, but having parents that are rooted in China. So my connection with language learning, especially Japanese, my perspective on being multilingual is that I am multicultural. So it's the stuff that we're talking about right now is something that I live with every single day of my life. So I think about it every single day. And it's very socially normative for me to have these discussions about identity, maybe cultural appropriation or cultural assimilation, and diversity. These things come up all the time. Do you find it disrespectful for people to learn so many languages just for business purposes? That's an interesting question. I spent a lot of my time in a professional field, and I don't understand what you mean by disrespectful. As in, if anyone makes an attempt to learn many languages in order for a pragmatic standpoint, I think that's more than someone who doesn't do anything at all, right? Isn't it a lot more I think if I had to make a comment about it, is your baseline is 0, right? So like for me, my baseline is 0. So any effort someone makes to using a language is greater than 0, in my opinion. I think it would be unjust to say that someone who went beyond learning many languages for business purposes, it's still actually arguably superfluous. As in, if you know English, right? If we're gonna say pragmatic, is being pragmatic disrespectful? I'd probably say no, because they're doing more than the baseline. I'm a bottom line person, so if your bottom line is to not learn the language at all, like no language except for the most pragmatic language, English, right? Then that's the baseline, and I still find those people respectful. If they can master English, that's amazing. I don't know what that looks like. I personally rank myself humbly and conservatively to have an above average English fluency. And anyone who can spend most of their lives dedicated to that language, like English, that's very great. One thing, the shortest answer I can give you is that most people have my respect until they don't. So it takes them to disrespect me in order to not have my respect. So regardless of if the person if they're doing their best for whatever reason that motivates them, I typically respect that. So if they're learning languages to be pragmatic, that's almost inherently catering to the Chinese side of me. I believe from translation from my parents' culture, like the way they hold about themselves, are very pragmatic people. And naturally, if you're very resourceful and you're learning language for business purposes, that tugs at the respect of the Chinese side of me. It's very pragmatic. I think what is disrespectful when it comes to learning a lot of languages is when they use that, when a person uses their many languages to put down other people who learn languages. So like, I don't find it very respectful when people disrespect other people because they've learned something. That's a different story though. That's elevating your position by placing someone else down. So no, I think I'm fine with, I feel like those people went out of their way to do more than they have to. In a sense. Hey Babin. Hello. Hello, Babin. How are you doing?
No mai.
Yeah. Mai in front of. So we've got the kanji for mai. ATM は電気屋の前です。You're doing well? Glad to hear. I'm doing pretty good myself. Or doing pretty well myself. Thanks. Yeah. What have you been up to, Babin? It's been a bit. You got anything going on that you're willing to share? ATM は電気屋の前です。One thing I have to say, Gabriel, is that being someone like myself, it is very hard to feel like I'm competent in anything, because I don't think, in order to be happy with being someone who has to juggle multiple cultures and multiple languages, multiple perspectives, is to be okay with doing what you're able to do and doing what you're able to motivate yourself to do. Having that whole purist snobbery sometimes, like, oh yeah, these guys didn't truly understand Japanese because they didn't dedicate their entire life to Japanese, right? Wow, meanwhile they're not Japanese. That is a point of perspective that I resonate with a lot. Only I don't get to choose to do that. I get to try my best. So most of the time when younger people who grow up with a very focused mind and are really, really brilliant at passionately dedicating to one craft or a few crafts, my life, I've come to accept that I'm always doing my best if I can. I focus on doing the best that I can, knowing that it's not sufficient to satisfy the high standards of individuals who focuses on a single task. My life and perspective is that I want to be able to resonate with people to some degree. And that's what makes life beautiful, as opposed to, I can't understand you 100%, that's not good enough, right? So respect, often, a lot of times, that comes into play. When someone thinks, oh yeah, they only watch anime, that's disrespectful to the Japanese culture because they don't understand the Japanese culture. Well, they're enjoying something rather than not enjoying your culture at all, right? The bottom line is this person could be completely disinterested in your culture and therefore allowing your culture to die. So there's a balance between it. And for me, I try my best to preserve what my parents have by doing my best with Fujianese. However, I understand the circumstances that the purity of Fujianese is not possible without other people being interested, or like the preservation of Fujianese is not possible without other people being interested. So if you find people who are learning your language just to use it, it's still more than letting your language die and have no use for it. And that's kind of like the whole, is everyone going to end up speaking English or not kind of thing, right? Have I really made rapid progress with Duolingo? Well, I haven't ever used Duolingo. Leroy Baguette. So I haven't learned this way, so I don't know what to compare it with. I don't compare myself with other people because that would be irrelevant most of the time. I consider myself among the 5% of people that exist, as you know, being son to Chinese immigrants who grew up in the United States and straddling multiple languages. I can't really say that I've met a lot of people who are content creators who share my same perspective, like same background. So I usually compare it to myself. Unfortunately, I have no frame of reference for Duolingo because this is the first time I've ever learned a language this way. I can tell you though, if I was making a bit of a stretch to other things I've learned in my life that may seem close to language, this is slower. This is slower. One big caveat is the things I'm comparing to, it's a younger me. So we're talking about comparing to someone that was 15 years younger. Do I learn differently now? I do. So it might seem slower to learn Japanese compared to like Spanish. They're very similar techniques that were used in high school and college. However, I was younger back then, so I didn't have lots of other things I focus on, like storytelling and talking to people, talking about Fujonese and Spanish while learning Japanese. So all those things technically slow me down. So do I speak Mandarin? I am not comfortable enough to say I speak Mandarin, if that helps. So what I mean is, if I listen to Mandarin, I can grab the essence of Mandarin, as in I get the general idea of most Mandarin. Do I practice outputting Mandarin? I don't. I don't usually practice outputting Mandarin. I seldomly use Mandarin in place of Fujonese when I speak to my parents. So like if I don't know, like yesterday, in Duolingo, they introduced the word zol for elephant. And I was like, I don't remember if I heard the word, the Mandarin word for elephants. And I was like, Dai xiang is elephant, or it kind of sounds like big elephant, but it kind of sounds like big mammal, really, but Dai xiang. So I went up to my father and asked him, how do you say Dai xiang? And it's churn. Probably doi churn is the equivalent to Dai xiang. And that's pretty much all I can say about Mandarin right now. If I heard it, I don't have to practice pitch accent. As in, like, I don't necessarily have to practice tonal things, and so I can produce the sounds through imitation, and I can input. People can talk to me in Mandarin, but my output is non-novel, as in I can't construct anymore, or I don't think I've ever been able to construct, really. And I also have a confusion between Mandarin and Cantonese, right? I was trying to think of a phrase that I usually confuse in Cantonese and Mandarin, like, 你講乜嘢? 你講乜嘢 is probably Cantonese. 你說什麼 is probably Mandarin. So sometimes I go back and forth, and then people will say like, "Oh, you're saying 普通话 instead of 广东话, right?" Back and forth. So and then Fujianese. Yeah, so you're learning Mandarin from scratch and looking for some tips. Yeah. You know what? I don't have any tips, but it would be fun for you to tell me every once in a while, share with me what words you learned in Mandarin. I'm learning Mandarin after this, but it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. I'm gonna say if you hang around in the future another 90 days, I'm thinking around 6 months is when I'm gonna be learning Mandarin. And the thing is, I'm not gonna be learning Mandarin from scratch, because I already know how to produce the sounds, so I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about, like in Japanese, I'm like, what's the pitch accent here? Because in Mandarin it's tonal, so you don't want to I actually think there's a higher output requirement, not that it makes it harder or easier, because you could naturally be tonal if you want, but the output might require a lot more finesse in Mandarin. However, I don't need to do that. Yeah. So in Japanese right now, I'm trying to focus sort of on pitch accent, or like messing around with pitch accent. However, in Mandarin, if I hear what they're trying to say, I can already match the tonal quality in Mandarin. And then Spanish, after that, maybe in another year, Spanish, which I already know how to read and write for a while now. Most of it's gonna be review for the first like month or two. It's probably gonna be review for Spanish. And then English, I want to actually use Japanese and Mandarin to learn English, as in I'm going to learn I'm going to try the English course in the flip side, just to see what it's like in English. Because to me, I don't think just because you know a native language, like your native language, to me, I don't think it's a waste of time to learn the fundamentals again, especially from a different perspective. So in the future, I'm probably going to use Duolingo for that purpose. I want to know what people see in English from a different language. It's probably going to be Japanese first. I think after 6 months, I will have enough Japanese in order to flip it and use Japanese to learn English and see what it's like for any maybe interested Japanese person who's interested in using something like this approach to it. I think this approach is what my parents tried to learn English. I actually think Chinese people tend to prefer this type of bootstrapping as opposed to using like some combination of immersion or not perfected grammar structure, like learning as it goes, trying to use self-correcting intuition as opposed to explicit instructions. And it didn't work for my parents. I think my parents learned far more just randomly listening to my sister and I go back and forth in English than they did drilling the difference between like I am and I am being and stuff like that without like context, right? Contextless drilling, which is funny because in my opinion, my perspective is that most Chinese people actually use contextless drilling as the approach. And my first language that I've ever learned is actually Spanish outside of English. And it was using a lot of contextless drilling as well. Interested by French? If it's the case, I can help you. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't want to assume, but the Leroy Baguette kind of gave away the French. French, maybe 2 years. one language at a time, right? One language at a time. Yeah. Is French your native language? Are you I'm guessing you're already bilingual in French and English, because the way you type is already indicative of very nuanced English already. So both. I don't technically have a second language. I would be uncomfortable to tell people that I am competent in 2 languages. I did collect a lot of experience with a lot of languages, but not enough to be comfortable with it. Just to demonstrate how hodgepodge my language competence is I can completely output in Fujianese. I can only input in Mandarin comfortably. I am neither input or output competent in Cantonese, even though I'm exposed to it. I can input Spanish and output Spanish to some degree, but the input is in the form of reading, not hearing, right? So I can only read really decently in Spanish now with no output. Fujianese is output exclusively, largely, and the input version is only listening. So it's all over the place. I think so far, if I had to categorize, my understanding of Japanese supersedes all of them, except for Fujianese, except Fujianese in output, and then English. This is everything outside of English, right? My English is. I took a recent thing because people were wondering where my English competence was, or they were curious. My English output is a postgraduate level. So I tend to try to speak on stream around a high school level. So high school to first year college level. When I write in English, I typically use a graduate level of writing, except for chatting. So for chatting, I tend to use a high school level of English. To give you an example of like where my language stuff is, I actually consciously make these choices. I don't necessarily do them intuitively. I think there's a time and place for different types of flexibility of your language. If you are incredibly competent in a language, in my opinion, it is also the responsibility of the person who's incredibly competent in the language to be able to grade and be able to use appropriate diction for the occasion. So you don't start randomly talking to a 13-year-old and try to resonate with them by throwing around jargon to make yourself sound even harder to understand, for example, right? You start throwing words like slap. I'm just kidding, but you have required to constantly keep up to date on your language. I don't usually rest on my laurels. So I never feel, when someone asks me whenever I master something, I don't ever feel like I mastered anything. Skills that I participate in are life skills. Language is part of communication. Communication is a life skill. If you think you've mastered communication, then we are of different minds, because you don't master communication. Communication changes all the time, over time. I would like to say, though, I'm not a professional language learner. I don't know a lot of languages, but one thing that I focus on is communication skills. So if you're still here listening to me drone on about a lot of nothing, it's largely owing to my communication skills and not necessarily owing to my command of the English language. Oftentimes, you can get people to listen to you even if you have no idea what you're saying or you're completely incompetent, but you can still give the person the impression, at least, that you care, right? So psychology and communication typically is what I'm advertising most of the time. Other than that, I'm sharing my experiences. How's your Chinese coming along, Leroy? How long have you been studying Chinese? Or any form of Chinese? And what are you using to study, by the way? Since you asked me earlier about Duolingo, I imagine you're doing something else? I get the question a lot. You're looking for a partner for a language exchange. I see. Chinese French or English French. Oh, you're the first person that have mentioned actively looking for partner exchanges. Interesting. Huh. Have you gotten any potential people? Are there services for that? Like, I know there's some stuff for Japanese. I don't know if that service also offers things for Chinese French and English French. And I don't know how accessible it is, as in, like, does it cost anything or something like that. But looking for a language exchange, that sounds great. Oh, you tried some? I don't... How were your experiences with some of them? I haven't participated in a language exchange yet. That sounds pretty wonderful, actually. Oh, no good results at the moment. I see. By the way, you're French, right? So why Chinese? By the way, for the record, you are among the most common interaction that I've had. Like, people in, like, French people, actually. Like, I think I don't interact with a lot of strangers very at lengthwise, but I think you're the 5th person that I've met who spoke French and English, or right, you know, like fluency in French and English, that has an interest in either Chinese or Japanese. Interestingly enough. No love for Korean, but I'm just kidding. I'm sure there are people who are interested in Korean. You want to discover Asia and try to learn a new language? I see. May I ask you what interests you about China? I don't know. For the record, I don't know a lot about China because I was not born or raised or have been to China. Most of the China is projected through my parents, who are Chinese. And obviously, as much as the internet is a place, I'm an English speaker, so I don't go into the Chinese interwebs. And I'm from the United States, so as you can imagine, the information available about China is through many filters, through the Chinese government filter and the United States government filter. So it's not even reasonable to think that the information is reasonably accurate when it comes to what it's like in China. Maybe to go in China. Oh, Singapore later in my life. Yeah, Singapore is a great place to have an opportunity to explore Asia in a very smaller geographic space with the use of Chinese. Or Mandarin, yeah. I had the privilege of meeting a Singaporean for a while in my life. I actually worked alongside with a Singaporean in my life in the United States. Why aren't you saying ATM? Is in front of the electronics store. Singapore is pretty sweet. Actually, how long have you been studying? Have you studied meanwhile while looking for exchanges? Have you been studying on your own, like self-study, while scouting for language exchange?
So no denkiya wa Akihabara eki no mae desu.
So no denkiya no amae. Wait. What?
その電気屋は秋葉原駅の前です。
Oh, Akihabara eki no mae desu.
その電気屋
Denkiya wa Akihabara or Akihabara
秋葉原駅
eki
の
no
前
mae
です。
desu.
その電気屋は秋葉原駅の前です。
Yep. Okay. You started Chinese maybe 1 month ago. All right. How do you feel right now? Can you express something to me? I would love to hear what your 1 month is. 1 month is quite a long time. I probably can't read it, but I will certainly try. The thing that I tend to enjoy about streaming language learning, especially Japanese, is to talk to people about what they learned if they're not learning Japanese. So, like, any language, it's kind of fun just reviewing, because even if you learn limited things, if you can express it to another person, it only helps reinforce what you already know in that language. Amazing, it's so difficult at the same time. Probably you got your greetings and whatnot. Like, I don't know if there's any other way. I don't actually know how to greet in multiple ways other than ni hao ma. But it sounds weird to me every time I say that. There's no other. Is there a way to say ni hao? No, it's just ni hao ma. It's just ni hao. Wa hen hao. Oh, wa hen hao. Yeah, true. I'm doing well. Wa hen hao. In Fujianese is ni hao, as in how are you, ni hao. And then wa hen hao. I actually don't know how to express I'm okay. Ngoi. I actually don't know. I literally don't know. Actually, my parents don't say ni hao ma. They say ni siro moi. Have you eaten? That's what they would start with. Ni siro moi. Ni tu fan. Oh wait. Ni hao ni I actually don't know how to say have you eaten yet in Mandarin. How do you say how you eaten yet in Mandarin? I'm speaking Fujianese right now, the Fujianese equivalent. So I usually use the Fujianese to bank off to try to figure out if there's a Mandarin associated phrase that I know. Like, have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet in Mandarin? 你吃了吗? Oh, 你吃了吗? Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
你吃了吗?
Yeah, 你吃了吗? 你吃了吗? That's what my parents would say. 你吃了没? 你吃了没? That would be their greeting. As opposed, 你好 a lot of times if it's a very stranger thing, like they're not sure, like Nihon. But Nichirama. Nichirama. Nichirama.
你吃了吗？
Nichirama. Yeah. That would probably be the. It is just go straight to the stomach. Ask about if they have eaten. Yeah.
その電気屋は秋葉原駅の前です。
How do I say? I guess Genki desu ka would be the how are you, but how would I express have you eaten yet? I still don't actually know how to express have you eaten yet. I guess you can say tabemashita. Yet. I have no idea how to say yet adverbially. Yeah, I have no idea how to express that in Japanese. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, only tabemashita ka is probably the closest thing. I think tabemashita ka works. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Tabemashita ka. Yeah. Did you see the video about acquiring a language? That was so interesting. By whom? By whom acquiring a language? I have seen a lot of videos, various videos about acquiring a language. Yeah, I do a lot of enrichment reading about acquiring a language because it's very interesting to me. This one, okay, let me see. 今日も頑張って Got it. Granola. Thank you. Thank you. Arigato. Arigato. I'm also talking to someone over at YouTube, Granola, if you're curious. We've been getting to a little bit of fun discussion regarding multilingualism and whatnot, and like cultural stuff, motivations. We have someone who is a French and English, impeccable English, and French speaker who's interested in Chinese and looking for language exchange for French English and Chinese French. Yes. Yes.
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
電気屋はスーパーの前です。Oh, no worries. No worries. This is why I stream. Definitely do not feel like do not feel apologetic about it. If I really didn't want it to be interrupted, I wouldn't deliberately do something that is prone to interruptions. I actually enjoyed this. This is how I learn most of the time. I attach discussions to all my learning. It's what keeps me motivated. I'm incredibly motivated by other people's passions. So certainly my own passion is sufficient to learn another language, but it's all the more richer to share and discuss other people's interests. And it might not necessarily be Japanese, obviously. Although I have had a lot of wonderful discussions with other people who are learning Japanese. And I talk about Mandarin and Fujianese a lot because that is my background. So I look forward to learning Mandarin, and I'm gonna I don't predict the future very well. However, one thing for sure is that there is no rapid progress to be had using Duolingo for Mandarin in my future, because I'm going to talk about Mandarin all the time. You know, Yap Nation. Like, I'm going to be doing a lot of yapping. So this is not a speed run, and this isn't your efficiency course. It is largely about having fun learning at any pace when it comes to language. So I am more than happy to hear or provide some sort of affirmation and motivation for other people in the language they're learning. So I often ask people, like, what did they learn in their target language? Because it would be fun to know what interests them. Sometimes motivation is all people need, right? To go out and learn a new language. You can definitely talk to me about, like, maybe Chinese things from like an outside perspective, because I certainly have a lot of things from an outside perspective, or maybe a different outside perspective, since I am Chinese American. So there's also that. I have met professionally, I have met one French person in my life. We worked as co-workers in a lab. And then I have a family friend who is French as my exposure to French mannerisms and speaking patterns. It might not be much, but having the privilege to meet even one person, I think that's a privilege. It's a really colorful experience. I think my social norm is being around people who are culturally different from myself. It's a much more comfortable place. I prefer to be in a room filled with people who just like seeing different people than a room filled with everyone who thinks the same most of the time. So this is no different. Interrupting me to tell me how much you love the Chinese language and the Chinese culture is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Denkia wa super no mae desu. The electronics store is in front of the supermarket. Yes.
今日新しいゲームを買います。
That's crazy because I feel most people want to stay within their own groups. It is true. Yeah. I actually agree with you on that one, Granola. That's why that's largely why sometimes it can be a little lonely, right? And when you're lonely, you gotta find mindsets and perspectives that keep you motivated. And then you look for those rare people who like being around different people. I learn so much more when I interact with people who are different from me versus people who are similar to me, if you see what I mean. And from a logical standpoint, that probably makes sense, provided that you're not closed-minded, right? Being around people different from you, if you remain closed-minded, then yeah, certainly you won't learn very much. However, I kind of like being in a state of learning. It puts a lot of people on even ground, so to speak. Sometimes when you're constantly within groups of your own, competition breeds nuances of hierarchy a lot of times. So I like when whatever comes out of someone's mouth is so interesting to me because it's different, and versus someone who thinks they're better than me because they know exactly what I need to know and they've done something better. It's not always the case, I understand. There's a lot of togetherness and belonging and comfort to being with your own. one thing that I have to make the disclaimer for is oftentimes that's not my luxury. So in order for me to be healthy about my identity is to know and feel comfortable to resonating with people, maybe even a little, as opposed to people always reading my mind. It's very difficult. And I don't want to like be angry at people for not knowing how to be a person, like a person that is the child of a family that immigrated to another country where they only represent less than 5% of the population, and then go online to have everyone look at you and determine based on what you look like at first, right? So there are a lot of things that make me a lot more receptive now to that. So I'm not saying that a person that lives and feel comfortable with their own group need to do behave certain way or whatnot, but I like to explain why I feel this way, because I have normalized positivity with being different, as opposed to normalizing trying to demand that other people know exactly what I'm thinking. So I would have a very much harder life and psychologically be a lot more negative if I'm constantly seeking people to know exactly how I feel. Given my circumstances, the realistic statistical chances of meeting someone in my position is very rare. So instead of wallowing in isolation, I try my best to participate in other people's things. And then naturally, they might become curious about my position and my perspective. So most of my life is investing forward and seeing who is willing to invest back. And at some point, it'll become fairly obvious that I am a mix of various things that if I was multi-generational, that would be a different story. But since I'm second generation, as in the first generation to be a product of hybrid cultures, it can be a little tough to explain in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes in meeting. I do that though sometimes. I joke around, like say someone comes up and I say like, well, I'm Asian if you haven't noticed. And that's where I start, at least. You know, you have to get somewhere, right? So I like categorization, sort of, in a way that is very efficient. I have to go now, but thanks for the rich exchange. See you soon on your stream. Take care. Good night, Baguette. Good night. Good luck with your Chinese thing. I would love to hear if you end up finding someone who's doing a Chinese-French exchange. And maybe in the future, we could do a French exchange. I'll have to think about that. French is very useful because I have some people who speak French. So good night, take care, and good luck. Good luck with everything. Yeah, granola. So I often find that life is a lot more pleasant, granola, when you work with it as opposed to work against it. And if there's anything I would like to offer people, maybe my personal friends or people who are willing to want to be friends, I want to indirectly demonstrate and help others work with the things they have, as opposed to constantly telling them what they should get rid of, right? There's plenty of people to tell you what you shouldn't and should not do out there, for sure. Now, if you really love anime and you want to learn Japanese, I sure as heck am not going to be one of those people that say stop watching anime because it doesn't help you with Japanese, for example, right? There are plenty of people who know what they want to know, and honestly, that's just not my 2 cents. I don't like that people go around and say, oh, you use Duolingo to learn like something, right? Like, no, that's not real learning. You have to drop Duolingo because these are the things you have to do real learning. Well, if the person already likes Duolingo, you might as well work with it. And then with that investment, they would be more willing to listen to your perspective and how to go from there. In the internet nowadays, it's about dropping all you are currently doing in order to embrace someone else's perspective. And that's kind of the social norm. Whoever has the best ideas are the ones that determine the course of every other person's behavior. And the interesting thing, I suppose, my perspective is, can you describe to me what my perspective is? If you can, I will listen to you, and I will most definitely embrace your ways. So the question is, how rare am I? Because you have to be real with yourself. Statistically, how rare am I? It's not a good or bad thing to be rare, because if you focus on being rare, it means you're also lonely. Because that's a bad thing. So I'm going to choose not to focus on it, right? How can I offset that feeling, right? And rare doesn't mean you're exceptional in the sense that exceptional in desirable ways. How do you leverage those kind of things? Well, I can tell you, if realistically, like I mentioned earlier, I can assure you that if you ever hear me say Fujonese on this stream, you are witnessing something that's in like the 0.01% of the internet. So I have to keep that in mind, right? How can I use that to be interesting? Instead of wallowing in why doesn't the world give me things, right? I'm rare, why do I not deserve additional attention or things like that? I think entitlement is the lowest form, like the lowest path of resistance to something desirable. It's usually not the most realistic approach to doing things. Like pointing to yourself and say, look at how exceptional I am. Give me things because I'm exceptional. That's a personal take. I'm saying that's not how I approach how to leverage people's trust and gain charisma and communication skills. You often gain charisma and communication skills by understanding other people's perspective, not projecting your own. If you develop enough self-awareness, realism, statistics, you can project your own opinions and perspectives whenever you see fit. It's the most regulated and practiced skill. Now, how do you connect to someone who can't connect to you? Well, you need to connect with them first, right? Being part of a bigger group is fantastic, because anyone who wants to learn about your group, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of availability. So the least path of resistance is to learn about the bigger group in order to have the bigger group understand the smaller group. And that's the perspective I take most of the time, because I am part of a smaller group, whether I like it or not. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, or something else entirely. Maybe lemon pie or something, to hang out with the pie aficionados, right? Maybe make lemon bubble tea to hang out with the bubble tea communities. Who knows? You might like it. So, 今日新しいゲームを買います。I'm surprised they haven't used muzukashi instead of atarashi. It's an underutilized word, man. I'm going to buy a new video game. Or game. Today. Okay, just game.
もっといいモニターが欲しいです。
もっといいモニター wait
モニター
が欲しいです。Okay, I want a nicer monitor. I like it. Hello, Hugh. Hello. Welcome back. 今日モニターのセールがあります。There's a sale. Nice today.
ゲーミングパソコンは高いですね。
ゲーミング Okay, ゲーミングパソコンは高いですね。Yeah. That's an understatement. ゲーミングパソコンは高いですね。Gaming computers are expensive, aren't they? Yeah, you bet. はい。もっと高い。Oh no, that doesn't work. とても高い。I just said expensiver. とても高いです。Even more expensive now. 今 maybe like 今もっと高いです。I don't know how to say especially now. もっと今もっと高いですね。No, I'm just kidding. Wait, I'm gone. I want a new gaming computer. Okay. So, 新しいゲーム do I need a no? No, I don't. 新しいゲームパソコンゲーミングパソコンが欲しいです。That works, right?
新しい
ゲーミングパソコン Whoops. I keep saying sa. Pasokon. Yeah, moto doesn't work. I guess you could say, yeah. Extremely expensive. Ooh, how do you say extremely? Wow, extremely looks extreme. Hijota. Okay. No, so Hijo Takai. Hijo. I can say Hontoni. That's probably Hontoni is really extremely Hijo. That sounds pretty extreme. Yeah. Atarashi gaming pasokon. I keep saying pasakon a lot of times because I think of personal computer. So personal computer. Yeah. Yeah, it's between sa and so. But pasokon. Pasokon ga hoshii desu.
が欲しいです。
Okay. もっといいmonitor. Now I'm saying monitor instead of monitor. Dang. Katakana. It takes a bit to get recondition myself for every new katakana word. So, motto ii monitor o kaimasu. Monitor o kaimasu. Sure.
も、いい、モニを買います。
もっといいモニターを買います。Okay.
安い
Yasui. Oh, we finally got Yasui. And now we know both those radicals as well. We already know those. Actually, technically, Duolingo hasn't introduced this radical. Technically. Although we also recognize this radical in ski, which was introduced by other people. Introduced outside by other people. And then this radical, it looks very like it's very flattened, but this radical is quite close to ie, which was introduced recently. Right. Right, this right up here. Okay. So, Yasui. Actually, a funny story about this. There's a bug, or there's not really a bug, but there's a occasional low frequency chance that you'll see Yasui early on. And that might have been because it was the older path, and they had like one lesson still that had Yasui in its kanji form. So I actually technically have seen this already. It took, how long did it take? Yasui was introduced in section 1. I'm gonna say it used to be unit 7. Now it's section 2, unit 2 or something. And I saw this already, which it's more of a programming thing. That's how I remembered it. Ooh. Oh, I recognize this particle too. I mean, this radical, parts of this as well.
赤い
Akai. Oh, red. Akai.
青い
Aoi. Blue. Okay. And we recognize both particles. I mean, both radicals in aoi. Okay.
安い
Are we doing Yasui? Yeah.
安い
Okay.
安い
安いモニタ
Yasui monitor. Monitor. I keep saying monitor. Monitor. I'm saying ma over and over again. So gotta stay focused. Stay vigilant. Yasui monitor. Cheap monitor. Say no to cheap monitors.
23インチ
Inchi. Inches? Inchi. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry, people. Sorry, people out there. I know. I'm gonna apologize in advance. I know, imperial units. I know. Imperial units. Okay? And yes, I'm not using English units because that's a misnomer. As in, like, this is not descriptive of imperial units. Imperial units. Yes, I know. Yes. Actually, this is a funny traditionalism here. Especially for monitor sizes, like screen sizes. This is one of the ones that it's not the same as, oh, how do you measure pounds and how do you measure distance, like height, someone's height and stuff. This is even more entrenched, when it comes to screen sizes. But yes, that's a big screen size. Oh, a monitor size if they're talking about monitors. Wait,
インチ
yeah. It's a decent size nowadays, I suppose. It's average now. I'm talking from a boomer perspective, I suppose, now that I'm a boomer. Nah, I'm talking about more of the millennial standard. 23 is pretty decent. Actually, I'm currently using a 23-inch high refresh monitor actually right now. Something like 23.47 or something. I think they just round up. 24. My primary monitor. Need you wait.
23インチ
Oh, you just say Nichu-san. Okay. Nichu-san inchi. Okay. 23 inches. Nichu-san. I actually wasn't sure if they modify Jew in any way in this way.
軽いパソコン
Karui. Wait. Did you say
軽いパソコン
Karui? Okay.
軽い
Karui. Karui.
軽いパソコン
Karui. Okay. Karui pasokon. Interesting. Karui. Lightweight computer, huh? Did you know English uses around 20 sounds while Japanese only has 5? I most certainly do. Indeed, indeed. Indeed. I know quite a lot about English. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Knowing that? When did you know about that, actually? And what were your thoughts about it? Karui pasokon. The whole like vowel thing, like in terms of vowel sounds, there was a deep cut or a slight cut into the occurrence, the frequency, and how that relates to the frequency occurrence of homonyms in the language, right? And then how homonyms are compensated, at least in Japanese, by pitch accent rules, right? Meanwhile, while English might flex a higher vowel sound, their stress accent when it applied to their written and spoken is less stacked. I'm gonna say less stacked. As in, what I mean is, because of this extra vowel sound, the written and spoken is a lot more lax. There's less there's less meta stuff. Like, for example, your tonal fluctuation and your stress, accent, volume, right? Pitch, volume, and cadence changes doesn't really dramatically shift meaning as much as pitch accent does in Japanese. However, it's largely how humans normalize what is available to them. Since English has a higher, in my opinion, has a higher use of vowel sounds, they are less likely to implement a necessity for things like pitch accent that varies in stress accent too. Stress accent does vary in pitch compared to what most people may believe. It's not functional as Japanese though. As in, you can still swap your stress accent. You can change your pitch only if you want. You can change your volume if you want. You can change your cadence if you want. However, pragmatically speaking, they are not as functional as Japanese. However, they do have more vowel sounds, so you can still get an entire lexicon without needing to rely on mechanics like pitch accent. I'm suggesting that, hello, you're learning Korean, but you were doing Japanese? Ooh, how's Korean going? And how are you learning Korean, man? I'm making the observation, Granola, I'm making the observation that I think it requires pressure and challenges in order for humans to innovate, if you know what I mean. So if there's a social standard, right? If you take the human race and their tools, if the tools have specific standards that they must meet for communication, and there is a lack of pressure, then they don't innovate for nuances. So my guess is that due to one of the, I'm not saying it's the reason for it, but a contributing factor might be that higher vowel flexibility also reduces the pressure, the social pressure and challenges to incorporate pitch accent, a volume accent, and cadence accent, which technically, in my opinion, English people do automatically. They already do this automatically. You can challenge all of these and you will sound weird. Granola. Like, for example, uptone. Uptone is the best example for an audible thing. Uptone for pitch. Volume is for exclamatory. Exclamatory for volume. And sometimes, like, sarcasm is a great example of both incorporating pitch and volume. And then cadence. Cadence comes with emphasis without the need to increase in volume or pitch. So, for example, extending any word without changing the volume is considered an emphasis. However, you can definitely start switching pitch on the down low at any time to get certain feelings without interrupting your volume and your cadence, right? And uptone is a great example because the most relatable thing in establishing ka is in uptone. And people like to speak in uptones like this so that they don't ever end the idea, waiting for the next idea to keep on going so that it never sounds like you ever end your sentences and your ideas, right? Without changing like volume and anything else. So I actually do think that English people do change these willy-nilly, but without functional consequences. However, there is a chance they could leverage this if they have a pressure to do so. I don't necessarily think English has pressure to do so, though. Like, I would feel that imposing pitch, volume, you can do like sentence accents. Sentence accents are something that, in my opinion, humbly, you don't need this to be successful. People who specialize in communication, especially oral communication skills, tend to leverage stress accents far more than you could possibly imagine. So things like, if you're introducing a bunch of ideas and you're rattling off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these ideas, then you slow down and emphasize all the important things that are coming up, so that all the review stuff is kind of really boring, but then you can slow down on the most important things. That is leveraging your English stress accent. However, that is a skill not necessary for most people. right? So you don't need to do that. And things like, well, if you're talking to someone about feelings, right? Sometimes you could say, I really care about you specifically. It's you that matters for my own success. As opposed to, I care about you. My success is dependent on you. So what that happened was you leverage volume and cadence to make it sound like it's about you and not about them, when your job is to be about them. So you can leverage that too. All that stuff, in my opinion, in English, people are already leveraging. They process that automatically. Like, two people can say the same exact sentences, but one person can sound like they care about the person they're talking to, and one person can care about themselves. So like, I'm always doing the right thing because of you, instead of I'm always doing the right thing because of you. That's kind of the example that I feel, yeah, English has functionality on here, but it's only really specific to us particular English speakers. And those people are the people who you listen to all the time. And they don't necessarily have to know they're doing it. They're interpreting and intuitively being selected for it. As in, if someone becomes really popular based on what they naturally do, then they'll get reinforcement for doing those things. Why does this person sound so hype when to them it sounds perfectly normal? That kind of thing. Like, what makes you feel like this person's incredibly high energy versus this person who feels like they really make me relax and think about things, and I just like listening to this person drone on and on because it's so relaxing. That kind of thing, right? And for me, I leverage that most of the time because I like communication, and specifically oral communication. And to me, it's a result of having English as my native language. I can't speak for any other language. And so far when I'm learning Japanese, I do feel that a lot of the things that pitch accent has naturally will make you not speak like an English speaker. So I already feel that I have to rework and rewire how I'm going to express all the things that I've done in English already, because their system works differently. If you warp your moda too much and you warp your pitch accent too much, you can't necessarily garner the same flexibility that English has. And that's not a bad or a good thing. It's different. So I'm working around all that. I'm thinking, how can I express myself as an American, not express myself as a Japanese person, right? I can play along and be part of the Japanese culture by, sticking to Mora, get your pitch accent and stuff. But I also want to be able to bring something to the other person. Like, I don't want someone to look at me and say like, oh yeah, this person is just trying really, really hard to be Japanese, and I'm learning nothing from it because that person is trying to be the same as that other person. I want to also be talking to this person and sharing a bit of my own culture with this person through their language. So all the time when I'm learning a new Japanese thing, I'm constantly asking other people, how do Japanese people express this? And then I'm like, but can I get away with expressing it this way? And that is where someone asked me a question earlier saying, do you think it's disrespectful to use language for a pragmatic purpose? And that's what I mean by my social norm is that I want to be, but like, I don't see people as working hard to do their thing for pragmatic purposes. Any disrespect. However, I can definitely see that lots of people have that sentiment. As in, when they look at the United States tend to be at the butt end of the joke of the internet all the time. Like, oh yeah, this is the fake version of everything. because it's the Americanized version of everything. Well, I want to dispel the idea that I'm trying my best to play along like as though I'm Japanese, but I'm not Japanese. So I'll try my best to capture as much as I can in Japanese. Some people will still hate me, right? If your snobbery is that high, you'll still hate me for not meeting the standards of your language culture. But at the same time, I'm doing this because my interest is to exchange cultures. It's not a give or take. Like, you're not, other Japanese people are not there to serve me how and dictate to me to be part of their community. I want to share the cultures. So I want to be able to integrate a lot of my Americanisms so that it feels like I'm not just taking from Japanese culture, I'm also exchanging. Like, hey, you know what? What do you think about this? What do you think about Japanese using pragmatics from English to Japanese is definitely tricky. It doesn't matter if it's hard or easy, right? For me, personally, I don't see it as how hard it is, how easy it is, the idea or tricky. I see it as we might as well try. I mean, I think it's fun. It motivates me to learn Japanese, right? I want to connect with Japanese people, not assimilate, not become assimilated into their culture. I actually want Japanese and English to elevate each other, right? But then lots of people will have concerns because that's adulteration. You're going to lose heritage because cultural mixing will naturally make people feel concerned because cultural identity gets blurred. Well, the reason why I had that long discussion earlier is because I am a blending of cultural identities, and I have to be mutually respectful to those who want to be preserving of their identities. What encourages me to learn Japanese is to be able to connect the two, just like to go back and forth and exchange ideas, not necessarily assume one is better than the other and then the other one is the right way and this way is the wrong way. Otherwise, my whole life would be really, really sad because Chinese philosophy and American philosophy are very different, and they will constantly create consternation between the two. So to negotiate that, I love going back and forth, and then a little from column A, a little from column B. So in the future, I really would love to see where Japanese people take stress accent from, right? Like, some of my favorite Japanese characters is because of my bias, my background in English, are the people who actually leverage stress accent in Japanese. When they perform like voice acting in like video games and characters, they are easily, quote unquote, the most eccentric, right? When you think of a Western audience, the ones that really, the iconic characters often are the most eccentric by Japanese standards. And those eccentric people, they break more motor rules when they're executing lines and stuff. They break volume, right? And they break pitch every once in a while because they have exaggerated lines, and those lines sit with it. But if you look at the Japanese people, I imagine it's probably cringy to some extent. It's probably cringy because it's abnormal, it's eccentric. When a English person speaks completely monotoned, that's either cool because it fits their archetype, or it's cringy because it's not normal, right? The opposite is true. When you're constantly like talking at a metronome, like for example, hey students, today we're going to have a seminar on the cultural differences between English and Japanese culture. Turn your textbooks to page 167, and we will begin from line 1. May I have a volunteer in explaining the nuances and subtext of the Japanese culture and how it is difficult to translate in English. You could spend your whole time speaking like that if you want. But if you're an English speaker, that's going to be robotic, mechanical. You're not leveraging stress accent. You sound like a robot. And it's funny because that's one thing that I would say people who acquired Japanese, like low-key, like Dogen, when he goes back to speaking English, that's what he sounds like. Like, oh, so. And it's very proper. I really like it. It's like his own brand, but that is, to me, a person who's embraced the Japanese. Oops, I should write Japan. Japanese. I'm getting used to writing a JPN because someone brought up a good point the other, like 2 days ago. So, Japanese, when he switched back, it sounds very, oh, so this is how it works. So that's what I think. And whenever he does a skit and he goes back to English, it sounds more closer to the cadences of a person who has resonated, and he might have always sounded like that. I'm not saying Japanese made him that way. There's a chance that he loves the Japanese. He might have resonated with the Japanese language, their attention to pitch accent and the mora. But when he speaks English, he himself, much like myself, admit there are specific things we don't do in English because of the way we're conditioned in public speaking. But you can see that his way of English is incredibly reflexive of his cadence in Japanese. It's not exclamatory. Volume rarely changes. Extension, elongation of things when he's like doing it in English, right? So it's a mixed bag, but I honestly think if you look at voice acting in English versus Japanese and really listen to it as though it's a language of its own, it's incredibly different, and I love it for it. Japanese and English do not overlap that much in vocal performances. And the reason why I'm saying this is I feel like I appreciate Dogen as an instructor, as in someone who really loves the Japanese things. As a skit person, is a very specific brand. It's a very specific, in the box, consistent brand of humor. It's not to the extent of like an English voice actor who's doing skits, right? The English voice actor has many commands of still sounding like they're American, but changing their stress to create different characters, right? Like how some of his skits do come off as trying to mirror that, like the stutter and the like really manic kind of English, but that's kind of like not the same as someone who speaks very fast versus someone who speaks very slow, who slows down on very specific words but speeds up on other specific words. And I don't necessarily think Japanese people do that naturally. That's almost the opposite of what Japanese people do. They are conditioned by their language to normalize cadence. It sounds very melodic. And that's low-key also why I kind of like Japanese hip-hop. I quite like the new age, like hip-hoppy singing with rock music and stuff, because it changes up that very, very standard melody in Japanese. When people talk, there's like 2 or 3 different archetypes of melody in their speech patterns. And if you like serious programming, they all sound consistently very similar. In English, you can go from full cringe to this guy speaks like they understand the universe, right? So it's a larger range of hit and misses for English. You can get to the point where no one speaks like that in English, right? And then someone's like, whoa, this guy's too smart. I don't think anyone speaks like that either. And then you have the middle ground, right? You have everything in between. In Japanese, it's like, wow, when you listen to it, it's like everything seems so serious until they start screaming and stuff, which is where they break all the rules. They like break the moda and volume, and they become eccentric when they start screaming and expressing emotions. But 90% of the time, Japanese is very, very small ranged. And it's so appropriate because it reflects their culture and their writing. It's often really serious. Even the most trivial things sound very serious because we associate seriousness with that monotone, at least in my opinion, as English speakers, with that monotone, heavy evenness all the time. As opposed to, wow, that guy's a goofball. I really don't like his brand. It's like this guy that constantly screams and uptones all over the place, right? Like in English. English has caricatures. Japanese do have caricatures, but those people are the exception, not the rule. And I love that about a video game that can capture both of them. They have like a full cast of English characters, actors, voice actors, and a whole cast of Japanese voice actors. And the moment you watch the game and listen to the game in both, if you can pick up on how it is just so different, then they really have the elements, in my opinion. Dev groups that can capture the English feel while still writing a scene that can fit English and Japanese is truly remarkable. An exceptional piece of work, because it is very difficult to make something that is naturally Japanese play to the advantage of English speakers, and then vice versa. I don't know about other languages because I don't have enough experience, but collectively I have tons of experience in my opinion, in my humble opinion, between English and Japanese. And it's magical, in my opinion. It's different, and it's not for everyone. And most of the time, people who love Japanese undersell English because it's always in the context of a Japanese production that is an English afterthought. So naturally, I resonate with them in the sense of pragmatic argument. Like, oh yeah, it sounds weird because they're doing some. I feel that's acceptable, but it's absolutely disrespectful to say that the English people are not trying because it's a Japanese production. I've seen, and these people are only interested in one way most of the time, these extreme situations. When I try to watch Japanese production, I don't know a lot of Japanese, right? Maybe I'll do it in the future and see if my perspective changes. But I can probably predict, in my opinion, that if a Japanese production attempts, if an English production attempts a Japanese production of it, it will probably naturally have the Japanese people struggling to capture the English if they're trying to do that. I haven't seen a lot of examples of that, where there's a, because Japanese is more of a conformist society, so naturally they don't have the motivation to be English. They often like to produce English-inspired things, but the Japanese way. And that's what I'm trying to capture with learning Japanese. I want to learn Japanese and express it with English influences. Much like Japanese people who like other people's things and then make a Japanese version of it, as opposed to reach out and pretend to assimilate English culture, right? That's kind of the feeling I have a lot of times. I'm not out to assimilate people's cultures. I'm out to learn about their culture and then exchange cultures. I like language exchange. I like that. Anyways.
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
I treat right now my relations with learning Japanese, it's kind of like developing what most people say about familect, right? Familect. I like to see where this goes. The intersection between the people around me who speaks English and Japanese, and how it contributes to a personalized lexicon, right? Personalized lexicon, where we're constantly making compromises to adjust to English, while also constantly making adjustments to Japanese from English, as opposed to pretending like I don't know English and trying my best to fit in with Japanese, right? That's not me. That's rejecting something that you are. You and your fake Chinese food fetishes. Listen, I like my fake Chinese food, okay? You need to calm down. Low key, man. Garlic noodle butters is, garlic butter noodles. Garlic butter noodles is fantastic. I don't even know who, I guess the Vietnamese take ownership of that, but you know. Oh no. I have a lot of opponents about that. I respect that. It is a very scary thing to think that something that of inheritance is going to fade over time. And my closest resonance with that is Fujianese. I would love, the only way I would gain access to Fujianese is to go to China, right? Like, if there's any pressure to always feel like when someone says, I need to learn Japanese. How do I learn Japanese? Move to Japan. Well, yeah, I know how that feels while not being able to do it, which is to literally uproot my life and go to Fujian to immerse in all of Fujianese in order to preserve Fujianese. I understand. My parents talk about Fuzhou all the time. And even they did not return yet.
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
Wait, did you just say headphone?
ヘッドホン
Oh yeah, and I didn't write it incorrectly. I really thought there was gonna be another mora here. Anyways.
いい。
What's...
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
Oh.
が欲しいです。
That's it?
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
A lightweight headphone. I want a lightweight headphone. 軽い wait.
軽い
Okay. 軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
このゲーミングパソコンは軽いですね。
It sounds like a selfish thing. I admit though. Oh, and hey, Sub-Zero. It sounds like a selfish thing. It really is. It's probably the most selfish I'm gonna get. To say, like, I love to learn about things because I also want to leave an impression on the people, on the few people, maybe a few hundred people or tens of people that I get a chance to resonate with in my life. That's the footprint, right? I'm not a guy who strives to be a leader of millions of people trying to cause a revolution or something. Just a few people who understand. And that's all I really need for motivation in life, right? Close friends, families who understand that, man, life is so interesting when you're actively contributing and exchanging, not when you're passively trying to pretend to be something you're not. So, I don't even want to entertain that idea in my life, because I can't be those things, right? Imagine growing up thinking like I have to give up half myself all the time in order to be something else. That is not a lifestyle that I'm willing to embrace. Before someone decides to call me a fake Chinese person and a fake American, right? Kono gaming kono gaming pasokon wa karui desu ne. This no one says this. No one says this. Come on. I'm just kidding. It's a meme. This gaming computer is lightweight, isn't it? Come on. Who would ever say that? PC Master Race. If your gaming computer is light, you're not enough hardware. Throw in more hardware. I'm kidding. There are some gaming PCs that are thin and light nowadays, like laptops and stuff. Some. Are they really gaming computers by then? You know?
これも1万円ですか?
Ichi what? Ichiman?
1万.
They did it. Oh no, Japanese people use the 10,000 system. Oh no. Yep, that's definitely inherited.
Ichiman.
A 10,000 system. What do you guys think about the 10,000 system? Or like the 10,000 and the 100,000 system? Right? I don't know if they have a 1,000, 100,000, but I remember having a weird time with my parents on how to negotiate, like, oh no, but that's 10,000. Not one that, like 10 1,000s. It's hard to explain, but I'm sure we'll get to it in a bit. Like 10,000. Like 10 of 1,000. This is a 1/10,000. This is 1/10,000 as opposed to 10 1,000. Every time we're talking about like big bills and taxes with my family, I keep forgetting this 1/10,000 thing that Chinese does. So looks like Japanese inherited that too. Obviously English doesn't do that, so that's one of the interferences. The
1万.
Ichiman, the 1/10,000. And alright. It's fine. これも1万円ですか? Is this 10,000? Is this also 10,000 yen? There's got to be a meme video about this. I'm sure there's a meme video. Someone out there have already compared the languages that use a single counter for the tens and the 100s place of 1,000 versus the language that suddenly wants to quantify how many 10,000s and how many 100,000s, like this way instead. So in my family, whenever I'm talking to people and talking to my parents and I'm trying to say 50,000, right? I say 51,000s in Fujianese. But they're saying, no, that's what you're saying is 500,000 because you're saying 10,000s. So that's 500,000. So it's one extra zero. So in order to circumvent this, I say, okay, so it's 5 with 4 zeros is what I tell them. It's okay. The amount that this costs is 5 with 4x zeros. And that's how I express in Fujianese, just in case. So I express it in both ways. I'm saying I might have said 50,000 or I might have said 500,000. I'm saying, oh, it's 50,000, as in no I don't even know how to say zero anymore. What the heck? Zero. I would say C0, right? Circles. I would say 4 circles. And that's kind of the weirdness between this stuff, which is funny. I think it's super funny. They quantify 10,000s. Okay. So, このパソコンは1万円ですか？安いですね。じゃあ、買います。Okay. Nice. It's good to see 漢字。
すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？
Okay.
すみません。このモニターは
I thought that person asked. Oh.
すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？円ですか？
10,000 yen for a monitor? That's a pricey monitor. I just realized that. Yeah, that's a pretty pricey monitor. What the heck? すみません。このモニターは1万円ですか？
すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？
Monitor. I must have said monitor again. Monitor. すみません。このモニターは1万円ですか？
もっと大きいモニター。
もっと大きいモニター。Bigger monitor. What is happening with this guy? Wait, oh, he's looking at his wallet. Okay. 安い。
もっと
安い。ゲーミングパソコンはありますか？ Oh, I get it. Okay. Is there a cheap gaming PC? Okay. Is there a cheaper gaming PC? After looking at the wallet, fair enough. Do you have a cheaper gaming PC? Gaming computer? Fair enough.
このパソコンは15インチです。
And I'm saying PC as in personal computer to remind myself of pasokon. Pasokon is personal computer. It reminds me of personal computer. PC. Not PC as in Apple or Mac or PC. このパソコンは15インチです。 Inchi. Oh, inchi. Oh yeah, inchi. God. Okay, Jugo inchi. Inchi desu. 25 inches. This monitor is 25 inches. すみません。もっと大きいパソコン。Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. This computer is 25 inches. Does this also mean like laptop? What is laptop in Japanese? Is it like laptop? Laputapu. That sounds stupid. Sorry. That no. I don't think people going around saying laputapu. Or laputopu. Yeah, you could do the t like hototoku, right? Laputopu. Nah, there's no way, right? They wouldn't do that. That would be silly. Actually, now I want to look it up. Hold up. Laptop. Holy. Oh, I get it. Oh, they went with notebook. Noto PC. Oh my gosh. Noto PC. Oh, no. Noto pasokon. Pasokon. So they went with pasokon. Pasokon, but they put noto in front, like notepad, like a notepad or a notebook PC. Interesting. Oh wait. Did we got any more? No, yeah, most of them use. Oh wait, no, yeah. So, noto pasokon. Okay. All right, fair enough. すみません。もっと大きいパソコンはありますか Is there a bigger PC?
1万。
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 Is this computer 17 inches? I don't understand this phrasing. I honestly, I don't understand this phrasing from an intellectual standpoint, not a Japanese/English standpoint. I don't actually understand this from a hardware standpoint, like a computer hardware standpoint. The computer itself is not measured in dimensions like this. Weird. That's awfully generalizable, I suppose. Like, maybe. I can kind of see it in the most extended way that someone would say the screen size when referring to the computer. Kind of. Unless they're referring to a laptop. Or like an all-in-one. Maybe like an all-in-one computer. Kono pasokon wa. That's one way to practice numbers though. 17. 17. Is it just 17?
17
Okay, 17 inchi
インチ
desu ka?
ですか
Inchi. 30インチは大きいですね。
30は大きい
大きいですね。Oh, インチ。Where's インチ？
インチインチ
I love
3
it.
万
3만. Oh, no change. Okay. Whoops.
3万
3만. I can get behind that.
前
安い
今
今日
1
1
万
万 I have to tell my I can't wait to tell my parents that Japanese also use the 10,000s unit. It really did take me a while to have my parents finally communicate that I've been saying like 10,000, a magnitude too high, every time I say say one. So San say one, si say one. Oh, you know what? I'm still not sure if I got that right with the whole 10,000 thing. I'm gonna have to ask him again. I'm gonna have to ask my parents again. Sanman.
3万3万
Okay.
3万白いマウス
Shiroi mouse. Mouse. White mouse. Not that type of white mouse. Wait, actually,
マウス
nah. There's no way, right? I'm guessing the regular mouse. The regular mouse. The organic mouse is like hirakana, right? That's how they're gonna distinguish between mouse and mouse. Hold up. Wait. Now I gotta look. Show. Tell me, mouse. Oh, there's a kanji for it too. Nesumi. Nesumi. I don't know the pitch accent, and there's no audio link here. So, Nesumi. Okay. Usually written using kana alone. Interesting. Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, and then this mouse is especially laboratory mouse? Oh, it is mouse. Especially laboratory mouse. Oh, that's interesting. And then its secondary usage is computer mouse. So it is both. But there is at least there's a hirakana one. Interesting. Learning.
2万円です
Ni what? Ni man yen desu. Oh, it's because it's associated with ni.
2万2万円です
Yeah, ni ma yen desu. Ni man. Wait.
2万2万2万円です
It's not quite. I'm not sure if there's a at the end. I'm just gonna assume it's a for now.
2万
That sounds like niman, but this doesn't.
2万円です
I'm gonna just stick with niman. Niman yen desu. 20,000 yen. Yes.
ATM はジムの前です
ATM はジムの前です. How's this a review? Oh. Is in front of the gym. The ATM. Sure. Article. 3万円ですか ?3 万円ですか Something を使います。What are you using? Credit card? Oh, what is it? クレジカード。クレジットカード。
クレジットカード。
クレジットカード。クレジットカード。
この緑のマウスはどうですか？
この緑のマウスはどうですか? Wait, is that a Razer mouse? Who buys a green mouse? Sorry for all you green mouse lovers out there. Who buys a green mouse? We're talking about green. Oh, I did own a green one. I had like a military-ish, like fatigue green mouse from Corsair once. Not even Razer mouses are green. They're largely black. What the heck, a green mouse? Come on. How much does it cost? Wait, is Gomon? Oh yeah, I guess you could say Gomon. Gomon en wa totemo takai desu ne. Interesting. Wait. How about this green mouse? 5,000, 50,000. 50,000 yen for a computer, for a green computer, for a green computer mouse? Yeah. Pass. Yeah, 50,000 yen is very expensive.
ゲーミングキーボード。
ゲーミングキーボード。ゲーミングキーボード。ゲーミングキーボード。
このかっこいいキーボードはどうですか？
このかっこいいキーボードはどうですか? How about this cool keyboard? 2万円は高いですね。That's expensive too. I don't actually know the prices. I'm kind of curious. I would love to ask a Japanese person what their average prices for keyboards and peripherals. It's probably a lot more. It's still probably more expensive, but is it really that much more expensive? Holy heck. 20,000 yen? I mean, it's still okay for keyboard, I think. I'm okay with 20,000 yen for keyboard.
Motto kirei na pasokan.
Motto kirei na pasokan. A prettier computer. Prettier computer? Alright. You're pointing to something. Pointing to a computer. Oh. Kono keyboard wa kuroi desu. Okay, sure. Motto something keyboard ga hoshii desu. What other atatakai? Atatakai. Nikiyaka na. What the? Interesting. I mean, that could kind of work if I know what that means. Oh, karufuru. Okay, karufuru na. That works. That would explain why that person was saying this keyboard is black. I want a more colorful keyboard. That's fair. That's actually kind of neat. Aihen na? Aihen is a na adjective? Interesting. The more you know. I haven't used taihen in the attributive form yet. It was constantly being used as the object. So, okay. This keyboard is black. I want a more colorful keyboard. Fair enough.
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
Although I do have to say, I don't think I've ever seen where there's a scene where like an office worker, right? Kaishain, right? Kaishain, an office worker bring in like a colorful keyboard due to like the whole conformity and work ethic of Japanese people. I can't even, I feel like that's more of an Americanized phrase, because that person is clearly working in an office, right? And just the idea of someone bringing in a colorful office keyboard sounds a little sussy in the context of Japanese. But less sussy, almost reasonable in, I mean, it's still kind of weird if you bring in like a colorful keyboard for your office computer. Even in the like the American setting.
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
Motto, what? Shizuka
静かな
na something?
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
Oh, pasokon.
パソコン
Pasokon o sakashimasu.
探します。
A great throwback to look for a quieter computer.
もっと静かなパソコンを探します。
Fair enough. It's look, right? Yeah, it's look. もっと静かなパソコンを探します。Yeah, I'm going to look for a quieter computer.
この綺麗なマウスは光ります。
Garimasu. We got a new predicate.
光ります。
Lights up? Oh, now is Auto GB coming up or something? Are we gonna get Auto GB at some point? Oh gosh, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I had a cough and I laughed at the same time, and that was the result. Auto GB. Where's all the Auto GB? Right? Let me guess. Wait, what are we talking about? Mouse? Light up. Hang on, I need G-Show. Hold up. I don't know how I feel about this. Wait, what was that? It was Hikari. Oh, Hikari. Nice. So Hikaru, to shine, to glitter, to be bright. Okay, I dig it. Hikaru. Let me hear. Is there an audio sample? No audio sample. Hikarimasu.
この綺麗なマウスは光ります。
Okay. So, この綺麗なマウスは光ります。This this pretty mouse lights up. Okay.
このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。このカラフルなキーボードは
something
光ります。このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。
As one way to say it's an RGB keyboard. このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。This colorful keyboard lights up. Oh, okay, fine.
このカラフルなキーボードは光ります。
Does this colorful mouse light up?
こ このマウス
Oh, no, never mind. カラフル。
カラフル
カラフル。
か
なか。
なか
マウスは、
光ります
光りますか
か
A gray. Are you a no gray? Are you a no color gray? You kind of look like a no color. You smell like a... You smell and look like a no color. Gray. Gray. Of course it's gray.
グレ
Gray.
グレーのキーボード。
Gray no keyboard. I'm indifferent to gray keyboards. I like my keyboards. 白い。グレーのキーボード。
短いケーブル。
短い。Short? Oh, cable. Oh. Cable. Cable. ケーブル。
ケーブル。
ケーブル。ケーブル。短い。短い。That's a great way to use short. 短い to reintroduce short. 短いケーブル。
ケーブル。
We can use either. Short cables. You want a short cable? Well, sucks to be you, Duolingo.
ケーブル。
ケーブル。
このグレーのモニターはいくらですか？
このグレー、このグレーのモニターはいくらですか？
いくらですか？
いくらですか？ I'm just double checking on いくら。How much is this gray monitor?
ワイヤレスのモニター。
Wireless. Oh yeah, wireless. Wireless no monitor. Wait. What?
ワイヤレス。
What is a wireless monitor? Oh, well, does that? Hold up. Are there actually reliable functional like Wi-Fi slash maybe they're talking about, never mind, I know what they're talking about. They're not talking about like truly wireless, right? There's no way they're talking about truly wireless in this phrase. They're talking about like monitors with wireless compatibility, not like immediately when I was thinking like, wait a minute, wireless video signal like that. It might be a thing possibly for like 720p or maybe 1080p video signals, but holy heck, that'd be absurd. Wireless monitor?
このマウスのケーブルは少し長いですね。
このマウスのケーブル。ケーブルは少し長いですね。It's a little bit long, sure. This mouse cable is a little bit long. Sure. A bit long. Wireless no mouse. Oh, yeah. Sagashimasen ka? Do you want to look for a wireless mouse? Nice. Well played. That's an excellent response. In fact, I have this conversation all the time. Wireless peripherals, anyways.
グレーのマウスはどうですか？
グレーのマウスはどうですか? How about this gray mouse? How about a gray mouse? Sure.
もっと便利なケーブル。
Motto bendy yes, of course. Oh, hey, bendy is a non-adjective. This is the first time this is the first time bendy was used in a non position. Or it might have been one or two other times. Motto bendy na keiburu. More convenient cable. I like how they're doing the more convenient. Sometimes other English people make fun of me when I say more something. Like I have a habit of interpreting like more happy, right? When you say more happy, but in English it's happier, right? Right. So we're already getting into that nuance where technically the reason why I say more happy sometimes is because of how it's expressed in Chinese, or in Fujianese specifically. It's a modifier that's separate from the adjective. So a lot of times this can come out every once in a while. More happy. And it sounds like, more happy? You mean happier? And sometimes it's not, because English is weird like that. You know, it's not convenience, convenienter. It's more convenient.
去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。
Okay. Where's my kyo? Wait, did I hear kyo? Oh, kyonen. Never mind.
去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。もっと高いモニターを買いました。 Got our past tense in, right? 去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。
もっと高いキーボードは光ります。
光ります。もっと高いキーボードは光ります。The expensive keyboard, the more expensive, not the expensiver. I don't actually think expensiver is oh, you know what? Now I gotta look. Off to the English dictionary. Expensiver. Is that a word? Why is the word considered wrong? Okay, no expensiver. No expensiver. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, this is good. Because you can add to the most comparative of an adjective if the adjective has one syllable. But for two syllable adjectives, it depends if it ends in a Y or an OW or an LE or sometimes in an ER. And for few others, like other ones, oh my gosh. And then there's 3 syllable rules. This is what I mean, folks. This is what I mean. Yeah, there are 3 separate rules for adding the comparative of an adjective to another adjective. So you have like 1 syllable, it's like stronger. And then you might have Y ones with 2 syllables, like yellower or lonelier. And then you have LEs like subtler. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Why do they put subtler? Cleverer and proper. Oh my gosh, but not proper. Oh dude, no, never mind. They're too deep of a rabbit hole. It's expensiver. Just don't say it. Don't say it, right? Because expensive is a 3 syllable word. And it comes with caveats. The more expensive keyboard. Hooray. Lights up. Hooray.
もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？
Motto colorful na mouse something. Mouse. What do you want to do to it? What are we doing with a colorful mouse?
もっとカラフルなマウスはありますか？
Oh, is there? Or I have, sure. However you want to pronounce it.
もっと
Motto
カラフル
colorful
な
na mouse
マウスは
wa
ありますか？
Is there a more colorful mouse?
このスピーカーは多分高いです。
Speaker. Oh no, speaker. Actually, now I'm kind of curious. I wonder if how many people have speakers these days. It's been a long time since I had a speaker. Because I don't live alone, right? Or, I live with other people. But yeah, it's been a while since I purchased a speaker. I wonder how speakers work nowadays. I'm guessing most of speakers are now Bluetooth or something, right? Curious. The last time I bought speakers were these what are they called? Z223 Logitech ones? 5.1 Z, like way back. How long has it been? It has been almost 20 years since I bought speakers. And I still have those speakers now. They still work. From almost 20 years ago. Holy heck. Kono speaker wa tabun takai desu. Yeah. This speaker is probably expensive. You don't say. Okay. Crepe.
クレープ、
水族館。
水族館、
お
お
皿
皿。ワイヤレス。
ワイヤレス
Wait.
ワイヤレス
Wireless. Wait. Wireless.
ワイヤレス
Wireless. And
キーボード。
Oh, hey, are they bringing back radio? They're probably not bringing back radio, right? There's no radio here. Oh. Sono speaker. Wait a minute. This isn't. That's not a speak. Sono speaker wa totemo
古
古
い、
いですね. Alright, fair enough. That technically it's an old device, but that's more like a radio. You found a cool speaker? Oh, did you now? そうですか。かっこいい。Oh, found. What is this? 見つけまして。Yes, 見つけ. This was 2 units ago. New vocab. Second time. Way to put it back in, actually. かっこいい。
かっこいい
かっこいい。かっこいい。スピー
スピー
カ
カー
ー
を
を
見つけました。
見つけました。Okay, with an exclamation mark.
この
このスピーカ
スピーカ
ーは多分
ー多分高い
で
です。
す。このスピーカーは多分高いです。I can't raise my voice. I don't know how to sound excited in Japanese, really.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Yes. Another time. Another time. Receipt. Recito. Recito. Recito.
レシート
Recito.
レシートをください。
Recito をください。A receipt. Fine. Something recito. Recito をください。すみません。That works too, right?
すみません。
すみません。レシートをください。Works. Battery. 電池。電池 works.
電池。
電池。
電池も買いました。
電池も買いました。I bought batteries too. 電池も買いました。
重いテレビ。
重いテレビ。重い。
重い。
heavy 重い。heavy TV, huh?
モニターは重いですね。
モニターは重いですね。
モニターは重い。店ですね。モニターは重いですね。
このスピーカーは重いですね。
このスピーカーは重いですね。Okay. The speaker is heavy. Okay, sure.
もっと小さいパソコン。
もっと小さいパソコン。Sure. A smaller computer. もっといいパソコン。もっといいパソコンを使います。Oh, 買いました。
買いました。
Fair enough. 買いました works.
もっとかっこいいスピーカーを買いました。
もっとかっこいい、もっとかっこいいスピーカーを買いました。I bought a cooler speaker.
レジ袋をください。
レジ袋。Wait. レジ袋。レジ袋をください。ベジ What the?
レジ袋。
ベジ袋。
レジ袋をください。
レジ袋。
レジ袋。
レジ袋。So shopping bag. So bukuro instead of kaban. Interesting. And then reji has nothing to do with kaimono. Interesting. A shopping
レ
bag,
ジ
please.
袋。
Reji. And reji reminds me of reji as in register. Or like the cashier Reji Bukuro, and it's two. We have Reji and then
レジ
Bukuro.
袋。
So that kind of reminds me of the shopping bag that you get from a cashier. You know, like when you go to check out, it's that type of shopping bag, and not the shopping bag like kabam, like someone's personal bag, right? That's kind of interesting too. Huh. Reji Bukuro. Bukuro.
レジ袋。
Bukuro.
レジ袋。
Bukuro. Reji Bukuro をください。
全部で3万円です。
全部で3万円です。全部で。Yeah. Hey, Cozy. Hello. レジ袋をお願いします。Fair enough. お願いします。 Oh, a shopping bag, please.
マウスの電池を買いましたか？
マウスの電池。マウスの電池を買いましたか？ Did you buy the mouse? No. Did you buy the denchi? Oh, yeah, the mouse batteries. Did you buy the batteries? No. Did you buy batteries for the mouse? Oh, actually, this is actually new. This is technically a new thing. Sort of. Yeah, it's slightly new in the way it's being interpreted here. Interesting. Huh. That's actually a new way to interpret that.
スピーカーの電池も買いました。
Speaker denchimo. Wait, what? Oh, speaker denchimo. Buy. What am I doing? Buying?
スピーカー電池
も
買いました。
Wait.
スピーカーの電池も買いました。
Okay. So that uses a no. Speaker no, yeah, so did you also buy batteries for the speaker? Speaker no denchi mo denchi mo kaimashita.
スピーカーの電池も買いました。
スピーカーの電池も買いました。I bought cables for the monitor. Okay, so they're really leaning in on that interesting no usage. Or no usage to interpretation. Monitor no, I guess. Monitor no cable を買いました。Yeah, that's such an interesting way to interpret no. The shopping bag is 50 yen. Going green. What was this? Deji bukuro. Deji bukuro wa 50円です。
レジ袋は50円です。
Alright, あらい。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。
軽いヘッドホンが欲しいです。I want 軽い lightweight headphones. Okay. このパソコンは1万円ですか？安いですね。じゃあ、買います。Yes, 買います。
買います。
We winning? We winning.
安いモニター。
安いモニター。They know to cheap monitors.
キーボードの電池を見つけました。
あ、キーボード。ね？
キーボードの電池を見つけました。キーボードの電池を見つけました。
見つけました。
キーボードの電池を見つけました。
キーボード キーボードの電池を見つけました。キーボードの電池を見つけました。
マウスの電池を買いましたか？
I found batteries for the keyboard. マウスの電池を買いましたか？ Did you buy batteries for the mouse?
電気屋はスーパーの前です。電気屋
はスーパーの前です。電気屋はスーパーの前です。
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
前です。Yeah. The supermarket, I mean the electronics store is next to the supermarket. Or is in front of the supermarket. 前。
レジ袋をください。
レジ袋をください。Okay. A shopping bag, please. Or shopping bags, please. Sure.
電気屋の前で会いましょう。電気屋の前で会いましょ
う。What did you really say? 電気屋の前で会いましょう。We should meet at the front of the electronics store.
電気屋の前で会いましょ
う。
Yeah. このキーボードのケーブルは長いですね。
このキーボードのケーブルは長いですね。This keyboard cable is long, isn't it? Oh yeah. ワイヤレスのキーボードを探しませんか Would you like to look for a wireless mouse? Or a keyboard, a wireless keyboard?
う。スピーカーの電池も買いました。
スピーカーの電池も買いました。
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 このカラフルなキーボードはどうですか？
このカラフルなキーボードはどうですか？ How about this colorful keyboard? 1万円です。1万は少し高いですね。Oh, 10,000 yen is a bit expensive, isn't it?
全部で9万円です。
全部で9万。Oh.
万9。
Still 万。そう。全部で9万円です。90,000? That's a lot of money. 90,000? すみません。レジ袋をお願いします。Okay. I guess it's not too expensive for this person. Alright, kanji time. We have a lot of kanji. We saw a lot of kanji today. Oof. Look at that. Okay. So we got mae. Sure, mae.
Mile.
Did you just mile me? Okay.
前
Okay.
前、
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 前前
No
Mae.
surprises. Right.
mile,
I don't like the
前、
variability in the synthetic voices right now, but you know,
前、
it's fine.
前、
前
Introducing
No, not right now. Oh, there are some fun ones, man. Are we? Why does Kyo look kind of? Kyo kind of looks slightly different
Kyo.
there.
今日
Kyo. Okay.
今日、今日、
今日、
This is a lot shorter.
Kyo.
What the heck?
今日、今日、
It's fine.
今日、
今日
今日、
The
Kyo.
roof is so much bigger.
今日、
What the heck? Alright. My.
駅
Oops.
Ma.
Just kidding.
前、
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 That was weird.
前前
前、
mile,
前、前、
Okay. Wait. Huh. Okay. Do pyaku. Do pyaku. And yo. Hmm.
今日
What is it? Do pyaku. Oh, okay.
600
Do pyaku.
Ro-
Hmm. Okay. 900.
900 700 時間600
600.
今日
Yo.
600 600
Okay.
今日600 600 200 600
600.
明日
明日
今日
800.
800
Oh, hatbyaku. Oh no. I forgot about hatbyaku.
今日
Okay.
今日
Okay.
900 今日
Yo.
600
700.
700明日
え
100 600 400 700 5分今日
Wait, how come I didn't get a bonus for... Wait, how come I didn't get a bonus for completing the lesson? Did they remove bonus XP? I guess we're going back for now. What the heck, man? Where's my bonus XP for finishing the lesson? Oh, we really should complete the personalized practice too, huh? So then we can do this. Weird. I'm getting robbed of my bonus XP. Alright, that's fine. We'll go back to learning lessons then.
今日
Yo.
今日
Alright, kyo. Sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, kyo.
今日
Yeah, so much fatter in this representation.
前
Mae.
前
Sure. Mae.
前
ゲーミングパソコンは高いですね。
Gaming pasokon wa takai desu ne.
ゲーミングパソコンは高いですね。
はい
ゲーミング
Gaming
パソコン
pasokon
は
wa
高い
takai
で
desu
すね
ne.。Gaming pasokon pasokon I'm saying sa again. Gaming pasokon wa takai desu ne. 新しいゲーミングパソコンが欲しいです。パソコンが欲しいです。
ゲーミングパソコンが欲しいです。
新しい。
今日どのゲームを買いますか？今日どのゲームを買いますか？
This end of section or start of the next section? This is the beginning of the new section. This is unit 2 of section 3. That's what you mean. 今日どのゲームを買いますか？
今日どのゲームを買いますか？
買いますか？ Okay. Buy a nicer computer?
いい
nicer. もっといいを買いましょう。
買いましょう
Wait. Buy a nicer. Oh, I forgot パソコン。
パソコン
I forgot the object. 3日
3日今
よ2
日
つ
2つ
7つ前 Yeah, we're in the new section, and the new section is hecka more. Section 3 feels like the good spot now. It's feeling good. It's extra nice. Extra more of everything. Moto everything. Osara
お皿
Omocha
おもちゃ
ゾウ
カップモニター
Monitor. It's going pretty well, yeah. The second half of this, tomorrow we're gonna get a new tense again. A new verb tense again. That's so fast. What took 10, almost half of section 2, almost took like 8 or 9 units. It only took 2 units. Getting harder 50-50. I have to be honest. Nothing has really been hard lately. Or like what I mean is, I don't think Duolingo is made to be hard in general. It's made to motivate people. So generally, I wouldn't use the word hard to describe this. It's been very consistent. I would imagine that's a more comfortable saying. It's been very consistent. I don't think they go out of their way to make anything hard. And I feel the same about this. I think overall, if it wasn't for time and my voice being a physical limitation, I could see myself doing this non-stop, probably, without feeling like I'm going hard in the sense of what Duolingo is offering me. I'm going hard elsewhere, though. I'm going hard elsewhere, like stories and discussion and stuff. That's where most of the learning is coming from. 4回。
4回。
前。
今日。
3年生。
3年生。新聞。
電気屋はあのデパートの前です。今日セールがあります。
Whoa, the セール。Asking a question, I guess that's fine, right? Yeah, 電気屋は No, 電気屋はデパートの前です。今日セールがあります。Your brain shuts down after so long? I see. Are you saying my brain or your brain? Or in general? It's hard for me to relate to that. Unless you're sleeping. I don't know if my brain turns to mush when I'm sleeping. No, it's like giving directions. I think it's closer to giving directions. They're not asking a question, it's giving directions. But it's a weird way to... They're saying, the department store is in front. No, the electronics store is in front of the department store. Today there's a sale. There's a sale today. 2 to 3 hours, I see. I don't think my brain ever turns to mush. It's actually it tends to have the opposite problem. I try to turn my brain into mush most of the time. I can get to sleep. 今日モニターのセール works. セールがあります。There's a sale on monitor. There's a monitor sale today. Or a sale on, yeah, sure. There's a sale on monitors today, sure.
会社のパソコンはとても古いです。もっといいパソコンが欲しいです。
Yeah, with language learning? I can see that. I can see that. 会社 Oh, 会社の
会社
Right. Oh, yeah, and this one has the similar, right, what Lotus said. 会社のパソコンはとても古いです。もっといいパソコンが欲しいです。They wanna... The computer is too old? Yeah. They want a new computer. Or a nicer computer. Everything else it doesn't? I see. So you're fine with learning everything else, but not language learning, huh? That's interesting. Do you understand why that's the case?
もっと
もっといいゲーム、ゲーミングモニターを買います。We should meet in front of the electronic store. Okay. Okay. 電気屋の前で会いましょ
う。電気屋の前で
会いましょう。
会いましょう。
ATM は電気屋電気屋の前です。
ATM は電気屋の前です。1万
の漢字。I don't know, probably because so much info going in your brain. Do you find that other info just isn't as much info, huh? I feel like you can probably get to the same state with everything else, no? 安い。What's this?
青い。
Oh yeah, 青い and 赤い。
安い。
We're gonna get those eventually. 安い。
もっと大きい電気屋に行きましょう。もっと
電気屋もっとwait
もっと大きい電気屋に行きましょう。
大きい電気屋
に行きましょ
う。Okay, sure. We should go to a bigger electronic store. Yeah, もっと大きい電気屋に行きましょう。安い。前。今日。川。1万。
もっと大きいゲーミングモニターが欲しいです。もっと大きいゲーミングモニターが欲しい。大きい。大きい。もっと大きいゲーミングモニターが欲しいです。が欲しいです。が欲しいです。
It's weird. I see. Interesting. Huh. Something about language learning, huh? もっと大きいゲーミングモニターが欲しいです。On a bigger gaming monitor. 私今日安い1万
前。
すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？
すみません。このモニターは
1万円ですか？すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？
すみません、このモニターは1万円ですか？
このモニターは27インチですか？もっと大きいモニターはありますか？
They want a bigger monitor. Or shopping, sure. このモニターは27インチですか？ Is this monitor 27 inches? もっと大きいモニターはありますか？ Is there a bigger monitor? Sono something is cheap. Sono game Sono game wa yasui desu. Sure, that works. We have Fuyu, winter. Fuyu, and arerugi, allergies.
このモニターはとても軽いです。いいですね。これを買います。
Okay, they're about to buy a monitor. The monitor is very light. Sounds good. I'll buy this monitor. Oh, I'll buy this. Okay, let's move right along. Kono object wa karoi desu ne. Something is light. Pasokon. Computer is light, sure. Works. 30インチは大きいですね。
30インチは大きいですね。
この軽いパソコンが欲しいです。Sure. これをください。Oh, interesting. That's kind of, I like that. This please, as in this item please. I'll have this item please. So, I want this lightweight computer, right? This please. これをください. Interesting. This one please. Implicit one. This one. Not sure. Could specify one if you wanted. One of these please. But then it'd be one of these as opposed to this one. Is this also 10,000 yen? これも interesting. これも10万 no 10,000? Oh, just man 1万. Yeah, wait. Yeah, 1万円ですか? I keep forgetting. 10,000. Ugh. Then help. 10,000 is a unit. 10,000 as a unit. Okay. What is this? これも Yeah. 1万円ですか? Interesting. これもこれは多分 interesting. 1万円ぐらいです。Okay.
これ
は
1万
円
ぐらい
です。Oh, 多分。これは多分。これは多分1万円ぐらいです。安いモニター。Okay.
3万
3万 Yep, no change. 3万 What? Is No, we're good.
3万
このおしゃれなキーボードは光ります。この
おしゃれ
おしゃれな
なキーボードは
光ります。
光ります。
このおしゃれなキーボードは光ります。
このおしゃれなキーボードは光ります。This stylish keyboard lights up. RGB anyone? Okay. 安い。1万。3万。
今日前
軽いマウスを探しましょ
軽い軽いマウスを探しましょう。
軽いマウスを探しましょう。
探しましょう。We should look for a lightweight mouse. Or a light mouse. ナイフ、ゾウ、おもちゃ、
水族館、
キーボード。
このマウスは3万円です。少し高いです。でもとてもいいマウスです。買いましょう。
Interesting. The mouse is actually kind of expensive, but it is worth the money. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's kind of meta level. I like it. That's meta level right there. There's a slight interpretation there that the mouse is worth the money. So, このマウスはit's an expensive mouse though. このマウスは3万円です。So, the mouse is 30,000 yen. Hydrate? Yes. So this mouse is 30,000 yen. It's a bit expensive. 少し高いです。It's a bit expensive. Demo, however, right? However, とてもいいマウスです。It's a very nice mouse. It's a very nice mouse. 買いましょう。We should buy it. Right. So the mouse is worth the money. かわいいマウスを見つけましょう。I found a cute mouse. I mean, that works. What do we got? 泳ぎましょう。That's swimming and 飲みましょう。Drinking. We should drink.
このキーボードは光ります。でも少し高いです。もっと安いキーボードを探しましょ
う。Oh, now the opposite. Wants to see other keyboards. The opposite sentiment. but this regarding keyboards. このキーボードは光ります。This keyboard lights up, right? でも however 少し高いです。It's a bit expensive. もっと安いキーボードを探しましょう。We should look for a cheaper keyboard. So it wants to see other keyboards. Okay. 2万円 and 2万円2万円 that kind of a weird combination. 2万円は高いですね。20,000 yen is expensive, isn't it? And we have amai, sweet, and atatakai, warm. もっと、もっと、静かなマウスはありますか？ Okay, sure. Wait, yeah, mouse.
も、な、
Okay. Is there a quieter mouse? I mean, I guess. Sure. Do you have a quieter mouse? Sure. Is stylish keyboard lights up?
この
この、おしゃれな
おしゃれ
な
キーボード
は、
は
光ります。
光ります。
もっとおしゃれなヘッドホンはありますか？
もな
Do you have a more stylish headphones? Pair of headphones. It's 20,000 yen.
2
万
円です。
もっと綺麗なパソコン
もっと綺麗なパソコン。Prettier computer. 3万円はとても高いです。
3万円は高い。とてもです。
Okay. このカラフルなマウスは光りますか？ Okay.
カラフルなマウスは光りますか？
I forgot.
この
え？
あ、いろいろなケーブルがあります。
いろいろなケーブル
が
が
あります。
there are lots of different there's all sorts of cables.
あ、いろいろなケーブルがあります。
フォ
フォーク、
水族館。Second. ワイヤレス。
ワイヤレス
ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。That's gonna take a while. ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。ワイヤレス。
カップ、お
お
皿、
皿。
グレーのキーボード
グレーのキーボード。グレーの
キーボード
モニター。
モニター
ワイヤレス。
おもちゃ
ケーブル。
ケーブルキ
キー
ーボード
ボード。
短いケーブル
短いケーブル。
短いケーブル
short cable. このスピーカーは多分高いです。
このスピーカーは高いです。
多分。
このグレーのスピーカーはワイヤレスです。でももっとカラフルなスピーカーが欲しいです。
Okay. This person doesn't like the speaker's colors. Ooh, these are getting good. I like it. These prompts are nice. They're really easy to understand still though. But they could definitely go to paragraph form. Maybe a whole paragraph. Pretty good. Still a little ahead of the curve, I suppose. Kono, kono, kono gurei no speaker wa urayasu desu. So this gray speaker is wireless. However, motto colorful na speaker ga hoshii desu. I want a more colorful speaker. So the person doesn't like the gray speaker. The fact that the speaker is gray. How about gray mouse? Gray no mouse wa dou desu ka?
グレー
の
マウスはどうですか？
すみません、もっと長いケーブルはありますか？とても長いケーブルが欲しいです。
Interesting. The person needs. Wow. Yeah, a long cable. A very well, a really long, but a very long cable. So, すみません。もっと長いケーブルはありませんか？ Are there long cables? Are there longer cables? Excuse me, are there longer cables? とても長いケーブルが欲しいです。I want a very long cable. Or I want a very long, yeah. Sure. I want a very long cable. Okay. Nice. 去年もっと高いモニターを買いました。
去年
もっと高いモニターを買いました。グレーのマウスを買いました。見つけました。Have to, I found a gray mouse. Which can mean both, actually. Based on the definition. Kono something. Kono blank wa wireless. Yeah, wireless desu ka? Wireless desu ka? Wireless. Yeah, wireless. Kono blank wa wireless desu ka? What is wireless? Keyboard. Wireless noヘッドホンを見つけました。I found wireless headphones, or a pair of wireless headphones. もっとおしゃれなモニターはありますか？ Do you have a more stylish monitor?
かっこいいスピーカーを見つけました。
かっこいいスピーカーを見つけました。I found a 見つけました。I found a cool speaker. Okay. もっとおしゃれなスピーカーが欲しいです。スピーカーが欲しいです。
おしゃれ
おしゃれな、
な、もっ
と
と
もっとおしゃれなスピーカー
が欲しいです。
欲しいです。はい。OK。
かっこいい。
かっこいい
ス
スピー
ピーカ
カー
ーを
を
見つけました。
見つけました。見つけました。OK。Alright, alright.
パソコンはとても重いです。
パソコンはとても、something です。高いです ?No. I don't know. Let's find out.
この
パソコン
は
は
とても
とても重い。
重いです。
That's fine. Oh, wait.
パソコンはとても重いです。
Not this one. パソコンは重い、とても重いです。
パソコンはとても重いです。
Oops.
重い。
重い is heavy. パソコンはとても重いです。It's very heavy. It was what? 電池, right? 電池. Oh, this phrasing is different too. マウスの電池も No. マウスもマウスの電池も見つけまして。Yes. Right?
マウスの電池
電池も
見つけました。
見つけました。マウスの電池も見つけました。
大きいレジ袋はありますか？
大きい。Wait.
大きいレジ袋はありますか？
レジ袋。レジ袋はありますか？
ありますか？大きいレジ袋はありますか？
Okay. 大きいレジ袋はありますか？ Do you have big shopping bags, or are there big shopping bags? パソコンはとても重いです。Okay. パソコンはとても重いです。
レシートをお願いします。
レシート、wait. Oh, レシート。Oh, yeah. レシートを
お願いします。レシートをお願いします。
receipt. レシートをお願いします。Okay. A receipt, please. すみません。レジ袋はありません。Haven't seen the negative in a while.
すみません。
レジ袋はありません。
お釣りは300円です。レジ袋は10円です。
Okay. Who is speaking? A cashier. Fair enough. お釣りは your change. お釣りは300円です。Your change is 300 yen. レジ袋は10円です。Shopping bags are 10 yen. モニターのケーブルを買いましたwhat was that? What did I say? モニ
ロ
タ
ック、モニタ
ーの
ー、ケーブル
を
を買い
買いまし
ましたた。
ケンさん、そのテレビはとても重いです。手伝います。
手伝います。Nice. 手伝います。That's an old one. I'm doing my lessons, but I have you on pop-up on my phone. Well, stay motivated, Cozy. Get her done. Get the language done. Practice. Thank you. 手伝います is to help. I'll help you. So, Ken-san, that television is very heavy. I'll help you. Which is nice. 手伝います. Definitely haven't forgotten about 手伝います. Help carry the TV. Yep, this person. Ken-san, そのテレビはとても重いです。手伝います。Right.
レシートをください。
レシートをください。A receipt, please. パソコンのモニターを買いました。
の、
So I bought a computer monitor. Or I bought a monitor for my computer. That's how they're phrasing it. 昨日電池を買いました。Sure. 買いました。Past tense. That's yesterday. From last unit. From last unit. Okay. So have mouse の電池を買いました。I bought batteries for my mouse.
の、
昨日電気屋でもっとカレフルなマウスを What are you gonna do? Yesterday, so 見つけました。So I found a colorful mouse at the electronics store. A more colorful mouse at the electronics store yesterday. I found a more colorful mouse at the electronics store yesterday. 昨日電気屋でもっとカラフルなマウスを見つけました。
もっと小さいパソコン。
もっと小さいパソコン。Smaller computer. Sure. I found a longer cable. もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。見つけました。I keep saying 見つけました。そう。もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。もっと長いケーブルを見つけました。レシートをください。
レシートを
お願いします。
お願いします。
お願いします。Fair enough.
全部で9万円です。
全部で9 Hyoman en desu. Yeeh. It's 90,000 yen in total. Kaching. この黒いケーブルはとても長いです。This black cable is very long. Sure.
あ、レシートはどこですか？
レシートはどこですか？ Oh, where's the receipt? もっと something もっとおしゃれなモニターはありますか？もっとおしゃれなモニターはありますか？ Is there a more fancier, stylish monitor? I just relearned what don't give a darn is in Spanish. Ooh. I see. Is this something like no me puede or puedo or something? I don't remember. No me puedo? Puedo? I might be saying just like no I'm not able or no I don't care or something. Or like I don't care. It's not direct. Oh, okay. I see. I see. Yo, how did you get reminded of that? Wait, your language lessons? Your lesson reminded you of that? Or did something oh yeah, it's something indirect. No importa. Oh, no importarle un pimiento. Oh, I see. It's not my primary concern, or it's not important to me. Not primarily, like it's not very important to me, or it's not my primary concern. Importance. It's not my primary of importance. No importarle un pimiento. Interesting. Huh. Kyo ishoni game o shimasen ka? Would you like to play a game with me today? Aw, that's so cute. Sorry. Would you like to play a game? Not in a creepy way, guys. Would you like to play a game like horror movie way? Yeah, to matter. Right. Which is to be important. So where I'm not translating literally, I'm translating for interpretation. Yeah, to matter, but it's of importance. To matter, of importance to me. Would you like to play a game today? Wait. Together today. Wait, I'm missing. Oh, like. Would you like to play a game together today? Or would you like to play a game? Oh yeah, that's so weird. Yeah, lay is the object with the person. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah. So you got that from your lesson? Like directly, or did your lesson reminded you of that? Kind of a funny thing to have a lesson about. Yeah. Yeah. Motto ii. Motto ii pasokon ga hoshii desu. I want a nicer computer.
電気屋はスーパーの前です。
電気屋はスーパーの前です。The electronics store is in front of the supermarket. I'm surprised they didn't use like other examples, like behind and stuff. We're not really surprised, I guess. Yeah, you went back to a lower level, I see. And they taught you how to say what is not important to you. That's funny. この40インチのマニターが欲しいです。That's a really big monitor. What the freak? Okay. これをください。It's a full story, but there's no English hints, etc. Fair enough. Understandable. I want a 40-inch monitor. I want this 40-inch monitor. This one, please. I want this 40-inch monitor. Okay. I want a bigger gaming monitor. もっと大きいゲーミングモニターが欲しいです。It's about a guy going out to dinner with his girlfriend. Fair enough. There's wait, who said that phrase in the between the guy and the girl in this dinner? Who actually said no importarle? Did they have a nice dinner in the story?
大きい。
もっと
重い。もっと
大きい
ゲーミングモニタ
ー
が欲しいです。
もっと
静かなキーボードが欲しいです。Okay. I want a quieter keyboard. Fair enough. He does? Oh. Naughty. Uh-oh. Womp. もっと高いキーボードは光ります。これをください。この安いモニターが欲しいです。I want this cheap monitor. Reverse order. Alright, kanji time. At least I won't get robbed of the 15 minutes, right? This time?
Kyo.
Okay, we got Kyo. Sure.
Kyo.
今日
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 Okay, no robbery.
前
My
前
前前
前
mile,
Why do you say it like that? Mile.
前
Sounds like
Mile.
mile.
前
I think that was
Mile.
Falstaff's. Falstaff's synthetic voice. He's like, I was going to pay as if you were. Sounds like a fantastic hypothetical date.
今日
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 Okay. My sure.
前
Oops.
mile,
前
前
前
前
前前
前
Okay.
今日
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 前
前
前
前前
前
mile,
前
前
Get more
Yes, yes, yes. Out of time.
今
今日
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 日今日
今日
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 New one? Yasui.
安い
Oh.
安い
Okay. I didn't have the
Yasui.
stroke order for this. Okay.
安い
安い
Oh, this stroke is like haha.
yasi,
安い
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 Oh, it's coming from
Yasui.
the middle. Okay. Okay.
安い
Okay.
安
安い
Okay.
安い
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 yasi,
Oops.
安い
安い
Oh, it's inflecting the other way. That's interesting. が1万。
1万
Really? Really? Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting that either.
1万
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 Oops.
1万
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 It's getting there.
安い
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 Oops.
安い
That's a little arf. Off. Arf. That's a little arf.
1万
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 Oh gosh. I need to stop doing
1万
that.
安い
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 水曜日
水
Interesting. What is that? Kyo?
水曜日
Oh, because of the B? Fair enough.
水曜日水曜日今日今
Yo.
日
Oh, you're gonna ichi nichi me again?
Ashita?
明日
水曜日
つか
か1日
1日
今日2500時今日水曜日水曜水曜日日曜日1日
1日つか
今日小さい水曜日何本今日
You my karabaza? What is karabaza?
1万
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 That was better.
安い、
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 Oops.
安い、
安い、
That curls up so much more near the end. It doesn't capture that input though.
Get more with
Yes, yes, yes.
1万、
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 You.
1万、
Sorry. I don't like the stroke order at all. I disagree. Formal protests. Wait a minute.
万、
Oh. Formal protest.
万、
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 So gross. 1万. Okay.
い
Sure. 安い.
安、
Uh-huh.
9000、
9000.
1万、 安い、
Yasui.
古い、
Nice.
小さい、
Chisai.
安い、
Okay. No takai though. What are we looking?
安い、安い、古い、
Oh, there it is.
高い、 7000、 1万、 安い、1万、1万、小さい、安い、700、新しい、1万、安い、1万、
Okay.
大きい、900、古い、安い、
Buttercup. Oh, that's
Get
kind
more
of
with-
cute. Wait, is that from your lesson too? That's kind of cute. Buttercup. Diminutive.
万、
Okay, man.
万、
Oh, my.
前、
Okay.
5、
Go.
10、
Ji.
Man.
Man.
前、
Mae.
前、
Okay.
前、万、前、
Okay.
ひ、
Hi.
100、
Yaku.
万、
Man.
前、
Mae.
水、万、万、万、
Man.
前、
Mae.
7、
Nana.
分、5、
Go.
前、
Okay.
万、
Man. Okay.
半、
An.
8、
Hachi.
雨、
Ame.
前、
All right. All right, that's the end of 15 minutes. Oh, we actually got to the end of those. Nice. And then we got to do our personalized practice before the day's over so that we can start our day fresh with 3 sets because we're going to try to get the review in. And then the third days are the shortest. The third days are ending up being the shortest because of the structure. Okay. All right, review. フィリピン人です。
フィリピン人。
フィリピン人です。
です。
はい。
彼女
とピクニックを楽しみです。おー。どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
探しましょうか。
Okay. Barbecue, no, not barbecue. 公園 okay.
公園
でバーベキューをします。Sure. Something はよく何はよくバーベキューをします。何は what 何夏北口何タクシー何呼びます。そう。北口でタクシーを呼びます。その何でゆっくりします。relax。その何はレストラン、pretty reasonable. Yeah. そのレストランでゆっくりします。What else we got? サンドイッチ and サッカー。
明日はバーベキューをします。今日はスーパーに行きましょう。そして肉と野菜を買いましょう。
Buy groceries?
明日はバーベキューをします。今日はスーパーに行きましょう。そして肉と野菜を買いましょう。
Yep. Gotta buy something for the barbecue. Clever.
あの動物と遊びませんか？
あの動物と遊びませんか？ Would you want to play with the animals over there? That animal over there? Those animals over there? Let's play with it.
山を楽しみます。
山を楽しみです。Let's enjoy the mountain? We're going to enjoy the mountains. We're going to enjoy the mountains.
どんなホテルを探しましょうか？
Okay. Should we look? What kind of hotel should we look for? Okay.
近くの出口でタクシーを呼びます。
Wow, there are a lot of translations. What the heck? Where's my turn? We're going to call a taxi at the nearby what? Deguchi exit? Or no. Yeah, nearby exit. We're going to call a taxi at the nearby exit. Yeah.
フィリピン人です。
I'm Filipino.
猫と遊びませんか？
You know, I just realized these personalized practices are constantly reading from English and interpreting it into English. Reading it from Japanese, sorry, and interpreting to English. A lot of them, like the vast majority. It might be a coincidence, but would you like to hang out with the would you like to play with the cat? Yeah. Do you like kitty cats?
この後ゆっくりします。
Yeah, almost all of them. What the heck? この後この後ゆっくりします。I'm going to relax after this. Okay?
1年生、
1年生。5つ。5つ。
5つ、
Okay. 水曜日。2日。
2日、
2日。
7、
高い。
3
3
日、
日。1日。
1日、
1日。Okay.
大きい。
9
9月、
1
1
日。
日、
5
5
月。
月、
100。1年生。
1年、
Oh, hey, these practices are slightly different. Usually, they're half and half, like a combination of stuff, but now this is almost all flashcards and matching. Interesting. I wonder if they switched up the pools of how the personalized practice works.
5つ、
5つ。4人。
4人、
水。 月曜日。
2
2
人、
Yeah, so all these are flashcards now and matching. Huh. Interesting. That format is a little different. 3年生.
3年
I
生、
kind of like this. This is kind of nice. It's a little bit refreshing. 1日.
1日、
会います。
雨、 5
5
月、
月。 Yeah, they're all flashcards. It might be because we have enough kanji now, possibly. So it's only kana. So far, it's only kana kanji matches. And yeah, it's all kana kanji matches. Ame.
雨、
Yeah, only kana kanji matches. In both the pairing form and the flashcard form.
買います。
This is a first. 休みます。
5
5
月、
月。 1日。 書きます。 Yeah, it just keeps going like this. This is awesome. Except for like these English, but you know, that's fine. This English, that's fine. 5月。
5月、
卵。
2年生、
何年生。
1000、 1年生。
2日。2日。
2日。
Okay.
4
4
年
年
生。
生。2年生。1年生。3年生。何年生。Nice. So now they swapped up how personalized practice works. It's all or none in both. So there's so many prompts now. They've made it into a homogeneous group as opposed to taking a little from column A, B, and C. There are traditionally 3 separations of pools. You have the English to Japanese, Japanese to English completion things, like the word bank stuff. And then you had the flashcards, the matchup, right? And then often there's English on the matchups. So now they're like swapping it up. Unless it's a change recently to all of it, this would be new to me. The last 2 personalized practice focused on a format as opposed to making it feel like it's willy-nilly as much as they
ハム
can.
スターと遊びましょうか
Okay, so now maybe we have all listening stuff? There was some listening stuff still in there. This part might be a coincidence.
ハムスターと遊びましょうかハムスター
Hamster
と
と遊びましょうか?
遊びましか
You want to hang out with a hamster? Play with a hamster?
ハムスターと遊びましょうか
Should we play with a hamster? Okay, so now we have English to Japanese. Okay, so the Japanese listening was Japanese. So Japanese word bank. And now we have English to Japanese. And maybe it's only those 2. And I think. Let's see. Osaka.
大阪
Osaka. 駅
駅で
で乗り換えしましょう。乗り換えましょう。
乗り換えましょう。
Yeah, 乗り換えましょう. This was used a couple times. Difficult to remember right off the bat, but okay. No. Well, so far still Japanese word bank. 動物の目はとても大きい。
大きい。
ですね。Yeah, so now they're sticking to all Japanese as your response, and everything else is grouped to although this part is English, right? Maybe I haven't noticed this earlier because I was so personalized practice, I wasn't paying attention too much. Perhaps this was always the case, but it's so prominent now. 猫と遊びませんか？遊びませんか？
猫と遊びませんか
This is more variety though. このエスカレーターは便利ですね。Convenient, sure. 京都駅で乗り換えましょう。
京都駅で乗り換えましょうか
乗り換えましょうか。
どこで乗りましょうか
どこで乗り換えましょうか？乗りましょうか。Whoops. This is different. 乗りましょうか。Where do we get off? Where should we get off? 東京駅で乗りましょう。Get off at we get on. Whoops, get on. Get off is あれ Yeah. あり Yeah, ありましょう。
北口で田中さんと会いましょう。
お、北口。Okay, 北口で、田中さんと会いましょう。Oh, we should meet Tanaka at the north exit. Okay. Meet up with Tanaka at the north exit. We should Mr. Tanaka? Ain't no way, right? We should meet up with Mr. Tanaka. Do you really want Mr. in there? Okay.
動物カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか
I guess. どんな、動物カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか Would you like to drink coffee at the animal cafe? いいですね。いいですね。そこで飲みましょう。We should drink. Should drink there. I guess just there.
オレンジの電車です。
オレンジの電車です。It's an orange train. Or it's the orange train, sure.
飲み物を飲みませんか
飲み物を飲みませんか Would you like to drink some drinks? そこで水を買いましょう。We should buy drinks here. There. We should buy drinks there. That's fair.
ダニエルさんはとても元気な人です。
Oh no, this is just mixed bag. This is just mixed bag. We've been doing English and it's a mixed bag. Maybe it was a pure coincidence. The last two personalized practice. I feel like it was such a high rate of the same exercises. I don't know if it was pure coincidence. This is random. No, random exercises. Although it's void of matching and flashcards. It's void of matching and flashcards. Erika さん、no. ダニエルさんはとても元気な人です。Then Daniel is a lively person. Very lively person. Alright, and then we have 15 minutes of kanji. Let's go. Let's practice these that we just got. Some more. Ichiman. Oh, Ichiman.
1日1万
Heck you. Why?
1
It's not 1日。
1万1万1万1日31日1回1日1万7000 1日じ1万火曜日1日5 1万1万1万1日31日3000 1つ1日
I got 1つ。Duh.
1万1日買い物雨3日や
安い
安い
安い安い
安い
安い
Oh,
Yasui.
that was too close.
安い
Not quite. Not quite the angle I want.
今日、水曜日。水曜日。木、水曜日。今日。
今日。2日。
一日。
Thank you.
水曜日。明日。
明日。
今日。水曜日。今日。500。水曜日。水曜日。日曜日。今日。
2日。
一日。
1日。
水曜日。今日。今日。今日。水曜日。何？本。小さい。前。15万字。前。前。
万字。100。前。水。
万。
7
分。
前。5万。
前。8半。前。雨。万。
今日。
今日。
Oh, what the?
今日。
今日。
Come on, pen. Don't do this to me. Yeah, that was a little off. Too far down.
今日。
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 万。
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 600。
600。
Okay.
600。900。今日。700。時間。600。600。600。今日。800。600。明日。200。今日。今日。900。明日。700。600。 600、700、400。今日、600、5分。
え？
安い。
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 安い。安い。
安い。
That was pretty good.
1、
1万。
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 Oops.
1万。
Show quarter.
1万。
1万。
Formally
1万。
protest. Hmm.
安い。
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 安い。安い。
安い。
1万。1万。1万。1日。1回。7000。1万。31日。1日。1日。火曜日。1万。5分。1万。1万。1つ。31日。3000。1万。1日。3日。買い物。1万。飴。1日。
Alright, alright. I think that's pretty good for today. So tomorrow we'll have another longish day because we want to get down here to express, to review and we get a new form tomorrow. So the Thai form is tomorrow. Already got that spoiled. I spoiled it myself from the guidebook. Looking forward to juggling another tense. Alright folks, that's a wrap for day 80. Thanks for listening. Thanks for hanging out. I had some really interesting discussions today. Lots of people made some commentary and asked a few questions that allow me the opportunity to articulate some of my thoughts and perspectives that I have been rehearsing most of my life about multiculturalism and the perspective shifts that's required, in my opinion, to have a healthy life, with maybe living a life of being an outsider quite a lot of times, right? A lot of times histories and experiences and upbringings really makes for a fascinating and contrasting perspective shift from individuals who may not necessarily have the most cloudy upbringing, right? Typically when you're skirting between many types of cultures all the time, it becomes a socially normative, and oftentimes, if anyone asks me, I prefer to embrace and work with all the different things as opposed to trying to cancel yourself all the time because other people suggest that you should cancel those things in order to prevent interference. I prefer to turn that interference into an amalgamation that benefits both sides, or more than one side, or what have you. So most of the time I like to be constructive as opposed to destructive. Constructive learning is something that may not always be achievable, certainly, because if you are someone that's lacking focus, yeah, this is definitely not commentary for you. However, if you're one that is hyper focused and hyper objectifying, perhaps if you're not so happy with that lifestyle, stepping back and being a little bit more inclusive, lower standards, introducing more noise and alternative perspective instead of constantly being deconstructive, you can be too disciplined. Life can promote a lifestyle that may be too disciplined or too loose. So I was merely making commentary based on how strict people are these days. My interaction with most people tend to be spawning from a lifestyle that is incredibly strict. Attempting to cancel one's own habits, remove one's own habits instead of shaping them to your advantage is kind of something that I find very disheartening. Much like the preservationists of history and conformity and strong history, one can resonate in this, that people like to preserve their identities and their confidences. And I often like to encourage constructive criticism. I know a lot of times the do's and don'ts are often considered constructive criticism. It doesn't necessarily have to be destructive in a form of negation. Like, oh, you have this habit. Well, just forget about it. Unlearn that stuff. It's not worth your time. Well, I would even say a more interesting challenge, in my opinion, a lot of times, is how do you convert and leverage that habit into something that's no longer detrimental? That is an incredible feat. And if you can do that, why stop there? Turn all your undesirables into desirables. Again, not always feasible, but it's an exercise in creativity and an exercise in self-love as well. So perhaps in the future, maybe not so much about canceling your own habits, but perhaps leveraging that habit and working with your habits that you have, maybe with your situations. I call it more of an adaptation strategy than it is for cold hard discipline, because not everyone has cold hard discipline down packed. Even for myself, still, I think it's a great compromise. I am certainly no stranger to strict discipline, right? Schedules, long hours, working to the bone, putting your smile on your face, professionally catering and doing their best for anybody at the expense of self. That is great discipline, and it deserves adoration and adoration and respect when respect is due. However, if that lifestyle drives someone to be overtly negative, that often leads to a situation where that person will eventually project their negative emotions and ultimately end up doing more harm deconstructively than beneficial. And it's a lose-lose situation, honestly. Most of the time it leads to a lose-lose situation. But ask yourself, how's your lifestyle? I predicate my lifestyle on adapting as opposed to deconstructing myself. Somehow constantly aiming to be some sort of refining self into a gold standard. I think that's nebulous, it's naive, it's too idealistic for the vast majority of people, if I had to say. Oftentimes exercising a balance of self-love, adaptation, as opposed to catering to gold standards like should and should not even should or should not, can't and will kind of thing, yes and no kind of thing, can often lead to a lifestyle of juggling way too many things. So hopefully everyone that I've spoken to and the people around are inspired more to be finding all the silver linings in things and then changing those silver linings into motivation to overcome perhaps very strong social pressures that is prescribing these things as bad things inherently. I don't think things that are created by human are inherently malicious for the most part, or maliciously or obligatorily beneficial. Moderation, adaptation, and dynamics is the nature of the human condition. What works today might not work tomorrow. What didn't work before may work now, right? Much like language. If language predicates to shift towards homogeneity, like English, which is where this digression happened, it will eventually have pushback to differentiation, because humans have a knack for creating novelty when there isn't, and then creating homogeneity when there isn't, right? When there's too much chaos, humans are inclined to adapt to some form of order, higher order, and then when there's too much order, humans tend to become more chaotic, right? It's the ebb and flow of the dynamics of humanity. The moment we stagnate on one or the other is the moment I do feel that as intellectual creatures as a whole will become vulnerable to many things. There's times to adapt and times to become complacent. Hyper-optimization will cause a stagnating will cause humanity to stagnate. So is chaos. Chaos will make the human race unable to be stable, right? That's often back and forth. Just a little thought, some rhetoric for anyone who ever gets the end of these videos, right? Or these sessions. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, in mind, body, and spirit. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Mata ashita. Ja ne.